So, get my recap up.
We're fucking in there.
How do you know?
We're up in there.
Oh, you and everything. We're in there, dude.
Get you start recapping,
Uh-oh.
dude.
Shit,
You're ruining it.
Alright, so last we
We're
left.
live. Figure it out.
So prior to you guys, just for a little more context for you guys, getting everything lined up. Prior to you, being on your adventure and gone, like from before you returned, when you were in Amatala, there were these other Vikings that had kind of stumbled upon Skalavik through happenstance or way of the spirits, however it be determined by you, but being led to your village, taking some sort of path, they were forced out of where they lived in Kjarvheim, which is part of the Fjallheim mountain range, or at least in some sector of it, kind of isolated, far away from a lot of things. There's just a good reason, an explanation as to why you never really interacted with them. You're sure Gadolin possibly could have, but there's not really 100% sure on that. But they ended up in Skalavik nonetheless, roaming for quite some time after their village had been raided by some, what they kind of explained to be people that were human but ferocious in the way that they fought and acted. You guys had been gone for quite some time when you were on your adventure, so when things started kind of progressing as far as these individuals from Kjarvheim were concerned, their timeline just basically coincided with the extended time that you were gone, to where they had been in the village for probably a couple of weeks, if not more, before you guys had returned. So upon your return, you did notice some things different around the village, to say the least. There were some tents that were set up in this large clearing, kind of to the southwestern part of the village where that lumber mill had been constructed, the kind of workshop that was going. A few other random little things, but it's not uncommon within your village that you guys are constantly seeing some forms of like progression and things moving along and being built and changed and altered in some way or another. So you weren't really too surprised to see that, but when you started seeing the vast number of people that were starting to pop up that were unfamiliar to you, you could tell that they were Viking individuals, to say the least, just by the way that they kind of carried themselves, the way that they spoke, their beliefs, as well as their kind of demeanor toward everything and their understanding of your way of life. So after speaking with the Jarl and giving him your update and then him returning the same, basically saying that these people had been raided and pushed out of their village and were sent down here, well, not sent down here, but happened to make their way here by, way of the spirits and following some sort of path and being led here. You've met a few of them, and you got to know a couple of them just very briefly. Random bits of people here and there that were introduced to you guys. But you saw quite a few of them actually step up in the most recent event that had occurred through the last couple of sessions that we had. So initially there was some fires that were going off. You heard yelling of fire, the kind of warning horns being blown. The farm itself, there were two different kind of structures that were lit on fire, and then this kind of storage house between where Voktesh's house is and the farmhouse. It basically holds a lot of like tools, random grain, things like that just kind of get stored in it. And it being this time of year, you guys don't really have a lot stored within there as it is anyways. You're not like building up a ton of your reserves for winter because you're basically in the end of spring at this point with how the season is falling. So there wasn't much concern with that, but nonetheless it is still a structure that took time to build within your village. And the fires that were kind of breaking out, those three structures being caught on fire, attempting very quickly to put them out, not really knowing what had started them until kind of cries of battle had broke out from the northern parts of the forest that surround the village, and charging onto the farm and into the village were a bunch of Viking raiders, essentially. They appeared to have the same kind of attire that you would have. Much of the things that they said you could fully understand. They spoke the same language. They had a lot of runic symbols and such on them. and they fought pretty ferociously. You guys were able to take care of it, but there was a lot of you in doing so. It wasn't just the 5 or 6 of you. It was 12 or so people within the village, including you guys, that were fighting off this huge attack of maybe 20 or so of these raiders. The fires kind of continued throughout the fighting. You guys were able to kill everybody that raided, at least from what you saw. You also encountered some sort of mutated, there's like 2 of these mutated type individuals that appear to be kind of a mixture of wolf and man. Not similar to what you have seen with Brodeer, so we can kind of clear that up. Like with Brodeer, you've seen these kind of major physical transformations to Brodeer, where he kind of takes on this large form of a bear, where these individuals are more or less looking very human, but they have to them these kind of wolf-like qualities of like their jaw kind of looks like it's almost a little distended. They have very, very sharp teeth. They're a little bit more like hairy, like up on their face, like up to the top parts of their cheek. The hair's kind of slicked back. Their ears kind of have a little bit of like hair tufts on them, as well as like the points that they come to. Their eyes appearing to be more kind of canine-like than they would human-like, especially with the color of them too. After killing everybody and everybody starting to gather themselves at the long hall, everybody kind of checking in with one another, you make your way back into the long hall, and at this point with Steiner, or who appears to be Steiner's unconscious body, in the fight he did go down, fully dying at some point for less than a minute, but through Volktash's magic and the spirits and some runic powers, Volktash was able to revive him. At this point, you guys are all inside of the long hall.
You shot me. Shit, then I mean I did shoot him.
Fireballing this whole long haul. He shot me? I'm fireballing this whole long haul.
I don't understand how I shot you, but I guess I shot you.
You shot me as him?
I guess so.
That's crazy.
That's what I'm being told.
I'm watching you.
Inside of the long hall, kind of this time of night, there's usually fires that are lit throughout it just for purpose of light and kind of the setting itself. It's not really much for warmth, but it is generally warmer within there. The doors closed and everything, so you guys make your way in, not like rushing in and barreling into the long hall itself, but you guys all make your way inside. And as I said before, when you started looking around during the fighting and when you returned to the actual long hall itself, to Skalheim, you start to look around and see who was there kind of helping and fighting. You see the 2 kind of tiefling individuals.
One?
It's stale.
I don't want these.
They're really good.
Are they stale or what's?
Yeah, you can have them, but I don't know why they're trying to give them to me, but you're welcome.
They're just cheddar.
They're good.
I don't want one either.
The way he's saying they're pretty good makes me think that they're not that good.
I swallowed the chip, so.
Okay.
Your eyes are
Cook one of those egg things on it.
Yeah, with the rock candy in there. But like I said, you guys started looking around at who is within the long hall now, and you can tell, based on how the fighting kind of ensued, as well as the kind of state of the individuals you're looking around, kind of bloodied, dirtied, beaten up, you can see the 2 tiefling individuals, both of which most of you, no, not most of you, a couple of you met Malik and Axe, the 2 tieflings. You also look over and you can see the individual that Steiner first initially started running up with, Kaimane. He's kind of like this human individual, long kind of brown ponytail. He's actually missing an eye that you can see as well.
sick.
You look around too and you can see Torbind. Obviously everybody knows Torbind. And Torbind's actually just walking in a moment. He's not like here right now. But all of you guys make your way inside as well. You can see Zalfjorn is there. So there was a huge collection of you that were over toward the farm that were fending off this huge attack, and it seemed to be the only direction that this attack came from. It wasn't like a multi-sided thing, even though there were some flanks being formed at the farm. But you also look over and you can see Lyra, who is Ashley's character. She's kind of standing over to the side next to that Kymane individual, just onlooking what is going on. She seems pretty unscathed, but you do remember seeing her there in brief bits and moments of flashes actually fighting. You could see a little bit of what she was actually using as her weapons too, these kind of like bluish runic kind of blades that she was chucking around. Kind of caught people's attention very quickly. But nonetheless, now that you have made your way into the long hall and start looking around, you can see the Jarl is kind of standing up at this point, obviously pacing around a little bit. He's looking around pretty feverishly across everyone and looks directly at Voktash, who you can see at this point is standing over Steiner, who Rodier has placed upon one of the tables that has been kind of cleared off. Steiner is unconscious at this point. Voktash does not respond as he's still kind of working on Steiner, placing more bandages over the wounds where the blood still trickles from his chest. Many of you are hurt, but you are alive. Is everyone all right? What happened? Who is that? And he points over towards Steiner's body, who all of you now, like kind of actually looking at Steiner, can see somebody that appears to be wearing the same clothes. His belongings are his, but you can see a different person there, essentially. Voktash at that point speaks up as he's tending to the wounds that Steiner has there. Steiner, at least I think it is, he has all Steiner's things, and Brody ran to his aid. I just went over to try and heal him, but when I found him, he was dead. I just barely brought him back. He's very weak right now, and I don't know. And then at that point, Ragnvald interrupts. Voktash, tend to Steiner or whatever that is, or whoever that is. Now, do we know who these raiders were, and what did they want? Everyone's just kind of like looking around, seemingly, basically dumbfounded of not knowing exactly who it was. At that point, Lyra kind of speaks up. I believe they to be the same people that attacked us. Kymane also speaking up. Yes, they bear the same symbols. That wolf with the fiery eyes. These are the same people who destroyed Carvine, and what we feared is approaching. Whoever they are, we need to know more about them. A thud kind of fills the gaps of silence as Torben throws a body to the ground. Maybe we can start here. You start to look at the actual individual on the ground now at this point. Voktash has kind of taken, looked over, just starting to try to find somebody. Axe is close to him, and your house being close, he just has Axe kind of pick him up and bring him over to your house while everybody is kind of looking around and doing whatever, because he just needs a little bit more focus. Even though you're like alive, you're not out of like the woodwork. Like it's still tough. You're not even able to like be awake right now. You're just not in a coma, but you're out cold. You know, like it's you woke up very briefly for a moment, and even that took everything you had just to stay awake for 4 or 5 seconds. So they kind of take you off over toward your house. At that point too, that'd be more for Voktash, but you know, your family being like very close to there and coming to the long hall after all of the chimes or the horn blows and everything going off, they too would have definitely followed over in that direction. So you guys just kind of head over there, and then Axe makes his way back to the long hall while everybody's kind of sitting here conversing. When you start to look at the body that is in front of you guys, as I said, it is it's not one of the berserker type individuals with like the kind of half wolf. It is just one of the raiders themselves. Very, very long kind of facial hair, long hair that's in like these kind of thick braids on one side. You can see several tattoos like all over the hands of each hand. They're strong-looking individuals. They don't really have. Let me get to this because this will have things on it. The individuals themselves are. Why is all this on? Very like briefly and quickly looking at them. If there's anything else anybody wants to do outside of that, you can. But you can see this wolf just like right in the chest area of them, and you notice it on basically every single one. On the armor itself, whether it be leather or just like a cloth that they wear over whatever they have on, or just a cloth shirt or tunic or a tattoo on their chest, whatever it may be. But nonetheless, it's just this wolf staring straight forward with these orange eyes, and there's blood dripping from the kind of bottom jowls. Very intricately made. It's more or less, so when I say like the wolf staring straight forward, it's in this kind of like very Celtic kind of runic drawing kind of art style. It's not like a fully detailed like wolf. You can just see the wolf itself looking straight forward. He's kind of like orange eyes in the middle, and the blood dripping from the jowls are just more or less like quick little intricate stitching details of like a orange thread that they do for the eyes, and then red along the bottom parts of the jowls. But it's simple enough for you guys to like look at it and completely interpret and know what it is. So other than that, like their physique and everything, like looking at them, there's not really much else that you can see outside of like getting a little closer probably and inspecting. So if there's anybody that wants to, you're more than welcome to. If not, and that's enough information, you're good with that. But well, everybody kind of stares on. Ragnvald begins to address everyone once more. Everyone will work double time to complete the wall. Rebuilding anything only happens after we build our defenses. Nightly watches will be assigned, and all will work toward making Skolvik safer. Work starts tomorrow. From dawn till dusk we will fortify Skolvik. We will not fall to these bastards. Meals, we'll prepare them nightly in the long hall. Tilly, Astrid. If you see Ayla too, we'll keep her mind busy. They can prepare these meals. I'm sure there is someone from Kjarvine who can offer assistance as well. If you do not already have a signal horn, make sure you see Zalfjorn to get one. Kane, Sigrid, Jarl, Folded, Thorsten, he's like looking around, Yurt, Agrin, Rodir, P3, and he points over to who you can see to be Malik, Kaimin, and another human man, kind of has a bald head, red beard. He just kind of gestures you all forward. After he kind of addresses everybody very briefly, nobody really seems to just like break off and leave from the long hall. They just seem to spread out from the throne and just kind of start to sit into the chairs and sides of the tables, beginning their little conversations. You can hear them chattering behind you. He starts to look at all of you. You'll be sure the village is under watch at all times. Manage yourselves and be sure that there is someone watching the north and west at all times, specifically at night. Agrin, do what you normally do. Keep eyes on the river. As most of our resources will be working on the wall to the north, the west can't be overlooked. Do not let these raiders slip through the cracks and catch us by surprise again. Kane, you'll be in charge of the watch until Gimdall returns. Report to me with any issues. Understood? Puts his head down and nods. At that point, he turns around and walks over toward the back of where his, kind of sleeping quarters are, moving some furs and stuff along to where you guys are now up toward the front of the long hall, all congregated together.
He's
He's snoring.
You guys to do as you wish.
Was it like really late at night or something when this happened?
Yes, very, very late at night.
Alright.
And it's still definitely dark outside.
You're the captain of the guard now, bud. You got shit to do.
He's the captain of the Night's Watch.
Everyone else alright? Yeah.
I'll survive.
I wouldn't be surprised you saw him there. Dude tried to blind you, and I think he poisoned you.
I did. I did do both of those things. Not on purpose, but both of those things did happen.
So I shot him.
Yeah, he had to do it. He had to do it. It's like, I'm tired of this guy.
Like, just kind of walk over to the body on the ground and kind of like kneel down on it and just look over it.
Okay.
Try to study.
Gotcha. Whack. Stay down.
Looking at the body itself, you can see that it still has basically everything that it had with it, aside from what it was holding in its hands, the man in front of you. Definitely, if you were to look at them just walking around here within the village, they appear to be
Oh, good for you.
Viking. I mean, they bear, I'm looking right. They bear all of the kind of identifiers and things that are commonalities against, like, for all of you guys. A lot of runic tattoos. Looking at the tattoos though themselves, if you want to make just an intelligence check as you just kind of look over everything and take it all in as a whole.
20.
20? Okay. You're not doing like a really like thorough and methodical like search and look over. It's more or less just like taking in everything as you see it, and it like catches your attention, your eye. You get brought like toward the belt, like the waistline of the individual, where you can see a couple of like small pouches that you'd see normally carried by any other Viking to hold valuables or whatever it may be, or some sort of trinkets or things of like, you know, related to the spirits in a way that would be some sort of an idol that you would carry with you. You also see two of these kind of like metallic loops that are on each side of the hip, where you'd imagine somebody could hold axes within them and just kind of like drop them in, as well as on the front of the waist where there's like a sheath for a short sword. You can see like when you actually grab the hand and like pick it up and like look at it, like all of the tattoos that are on each hand. Each of them basically is representation of some sort of rune related to death in some sort of a way. You know, bloodshed, death, just all sorts of things relating to things of that nature. Both hands on each side, there's like blank spaces in the skin, and it doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason to where it's placed or why. It's just more or less that they're all over the place, like on the knuckles, the back of the hand, kind of going up the forearm a little bit. Going up the forearm and kind of just like looking really quickly, you can see even like peeking out from the collarbone of the individual in front of you too. Looks like there's some sort of like tattoo like here, and you just kind of like pull the armor down a little bit as well as the tunic underneath and look, and you can see the top part of like a runic like wolf head in a way that's just like sitting there. Pulling it back a little more and like looking again, you don't see the same symbol that's on the chest, like of the armor, but on the actual physical chest, the symbol that is tattooed on them is just like the runic spirit symbol for Dekul, the kind of death wolf, just sitting right there on the chest and pretty large, like going across the whole thing. You go down kind of just like as you're not like being gentle about it, like you just like pick the guy up by like the chest, like yank it up and like almost like grab the bottom part of the jaw and push it forward as you're pulling the shirt down to like look, then just like with another thud drops onto the ground. You go over to the belt and like one of the pouches that are there, you just like yank it off, breaking it from the twine that's holding it in place. Just open it up really quick. There's like about 10 gold pieces worth of like odds and ends in there as far as like little trinkets, little golden nuggets and such. And you also see when you actually like picked him up, there was like when you like dropped him down onto the ground, he like landed on his side to where a pouch on his back was revealed, and you kind of look at that one too and kind of yank it out. When you do, you open it up. You can see that there are a lot of like animal bones and like knuckle bones, and you're not really like able to discern if some of them are animal or human bones as well. But the further that you kind of like sift it around, like you're not like digging your hand in and like moving it around, but you kind of like shake it a little bit and you start to see a bunch of like human teeth in the bottom, and it's very obvious that they're human teeth when you start to like shake the pouch around a little bit. Do with that what you will. There is also on like this back part, kind of like a sash or a satchel in a way. It appears to be empty, but when you open it up, you got a 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you basically like grab that pouch, pull it off, like look at it, set it down, and then like completely roll the guy over and flip that. You just like basically, like I said, like a satchel that's just like sitting right on the small of the back. And you flip that open and like look inside, and it's empty. But when you look in it, you can actually see like at the bottom, there's this kind of like bright orange, like rich powder that's like sitting like lining the bottom of it. And you kind of like pick it up and look at it. It looks very similar to something that you've seen before, for sure. It looks very similar to like the powder that you would grind down from like a rune crystal in order to use it. You've never really seen an orange one, but you can see this powder itself, like when you start to like grab it and like feel it and look at it, like it's super familiar. Other than that, there's not really a whole lot else with the individual in front of you. They're pretty burly individual, like built. They're not like huge by any means, like, you know, you big or like they're like a little bit above average, I would say. You know, they're probably still in like the 5'8", 5'10" range. Like they're not these tall, really, really big individuals, but strong, well built. I mean, you saw the way that they fought. They fought pretty well too. But other than that, once you kind of quickly look everything over and set them down, you start to like look up and around and can see that most everybody has left and disseminated from the long haul. Brodir's still there, Sigurd's still there. Kaimane, who was also kind of called upon, is still there, as well as Thorsten are kind of still standing within the long haul. Everybody seems to have started to go toward their homes and rest. Yurt is also here.
Yurt?
Yurt?
You guys just basically watching, I'm assuming, as he's like flipping the person around, looking it over.
Got him by the ankle and just shaking him.
Find anything?
I like push myself up off the ground, like kind of using on his side, I'm trying to kick his body, like as I stand up to the like laying flat.
Find
People are-
anything?
Yeah, some. Just carrying like bones and teeth in a pouch.
Kind of bones and teeth of animal?
No, I don't
Deer?
know. I can't really tell. They're small.
Hmm.
Teeth look like human teeth.
Hmm.
I don't know. A lot of Dekul symbolism. And a little bit of Runic dust.
They snored it.
So a little bit of runic dust. All right, I got first watch.
Watching for 3 days straight. I don't think you've blinked in 3 days. It's like, that's fine. I just dumped my whole head in the water when my eyes hurt.
Well, so everyone should get some rest. Figure out what we're doing tomorrow.
Okay.
Who's the closest to Steiner?
Out of you guys, either you or Sigrun.
I'll grab Steiner off the table. Okay.
Axe already came back in. Axe already brought him there. Him and Volcash are over there. And then Axe came back.
Yeah, should walk out of the long hall.
Okay.
Give him one more glance as I walk past on the floor.
Seeing him there too, you probably know not to just like leave him, as you guys are like the last ones in there. So it's up to you what you want to do as far as taking him out goes. But
I guess I'll like grab him by the as I start to walk past now. I'll just grab him by like the whatever he's got on him and drag him.
okay.
Oh,
What's this dude even doing?
You feel him kind of
Just
like
saying-
dragging across
saying
the
nothing to him.
floor when you grab like the back of the probably like the back of the leather armor, kind of grab it and start to pull him. You feel him dragging, and then you feel his feet come up off the ground. As like you kind of quickly turn around, you can see Brody is just like holding the bottom parts of the legs, like lifting him up off the ground as well.
Bro, you've been standing still for 45 minutes.
I try to stand still.
He's like, it's my day off. What am I supposed to do?
Just walk over to let someone made like a pile of bodies or something.
Mhm.
If they've done anything outside.
Yeah, you can see over by the farmhouse there still appears to be a few people out like doing stuff. You can see Torbind over there, as well as Hjarld, and you can see Helmund as well. And Axe also appears to be standing over there.
This guy's everywhere.
Axe is a real one.
He's
I
everywhere.
don't care what anyone says.
You see them throwing a bunch of bodies up onto a couple of carts.
I'll toss them up there.
Once you make your way over to it, you can see there's still 10 or so bodies piled up on the side, and then one cart has 4, one has 3. Axe goes to pick up the one that has 3. He just kind of like does like a quick like squat, grabbing the sides of it to like start walking. Torben looks over to you, doesn't really say much, just like points at the other one.
I'll look behind me.
Nobody's there,
He's
just you.
like, I know you're not pointing at me.
Yeah, I'll grab it.
No, I was just in that fight. I'm
tired. What'd he do, dude? He's just fucking blind and dazed in there, throwing hands.
He
threw
stunned
hands.
a dude. He hit a dude right in the
He
nuts.
did throw hands.
Yeah. I think in box. Not as good as me, but it's pretty good.
We're not going to take the time to dig them graves. Just bring them out to the woods so the wolves or the bears can get to them. Make sure it's far enough where it doesn't stink. He kind of points off in the distance. You and Axe, both with the carts, begin moving. You kind of get out in front of him to lead the way towards some sort of a clearing that you know would be close by. You guys were also just attacked by a bunch of people, so going out just the 2 of you, you probably don't feel super safe and confident in doing so. But you're on guard for sure. If you wanted to, you're more than welcome to, but
Probably just dump the bodies and then head back.
Okay. You don't really go super far. It's maybe like a 5-minute walk away from the village, probably. And then you start to make your way back. Make a couple of those trips. I'm not sure if anybody else is there to help make a trip or two, but you guys just have like the 2 carts basically that you can load the bodies in and drag them off. Axe doesn't seem to have much issue with it, doesn't really complain. Just loads 4 more onto his and you 4 onto yours. There's like 10 left, so you guys could do 5. You start kind of like rolling them out into the woods again.
I'm doing 5. He don't have to, but
Did all the
You could
fires
do
die down?
6 and then just be the real power play.
it's a lot. Savvy.
Yeah, prior to you guys actually going like straight to the long haul,
I'll put 8 on my cart.
a lot of work was done like putting that stuff out and making sure it was taken care of. The night continues though for a little while. I mean, you guys, if we had to put a timeline on it, probably like 1 or 2 a.m. is when the attacks occurred. So there's still plenty of darkness before you guys actually go to bed and like lay down. Sleep's a little difficult to find as you're a little bit kind of weary of what could be in the woods surrounding the village. I'd say everybody gets up pretty early. Some of you sleep fine. I wouldn't say it's like a fear thing, it's just more of like a readiness and prepared thing of being vigilant for anything that could happen. But you wake up the next morning. It is pretty warm out compared to most recent days. You can feel this kind of bit of warm wind that's pushing in from like the south up along the river as well. The sun is like fully out, not a cloud in the sky, it's just kind of like beating down. There's not like much humidity, it's pretty dry, but nonetheless it still feels really warm. You kind of start to get out and everybody is, like once the day is kind of going along, everybody's doing something. Nobody's just like sitting in their houses, aside from Steiner, but we'll get to that in a second. Aside from that, like everybody is, it's the most you've seen people out and about and like moving around and doing stuff. You can hear a bunch of commotion on the northern part where the gate is being constructed, like the wall is being constructed and built. There's not a ton of progress on it as of right now, and there wasn't like a huge sense of urgency, but now that there is, those of you that were assigned to like do the watch also, like I said, it's just more of like you guys policing yourselves on it and making sure that it's being done. And like if you're noticing that somebody's doing it, like, you know, it's up to you guys how you do it, obviously. But as long as you're making sure that somebody is constantly like out and about, like watching, you're still able. That's not what you're solely dedicated to doing. You know, like if you're not doing that, you're doing something else. You're trying to build or help with the wall or whatever else may need to be done around the village, because there is still, you know, duties with the farm that need to be looked after and taken care of. So a lot of that is important. But nonetheless, you begin walking around within the village to do as you wish for the day. So whatever that is.
I feel like I'm just like living my daily life as a villager.
That's crazy.
Don't know why I just got that feeling, but
What does that entail?
Walking down a hill.
farm.
Walking down with like spears and bows maybe. Full of original thoughts.
Your creativity is just teeming.
Can you do the mouse again? I just need to have more thought.
Feeling like a medieval Celtic playlist. Huh, that's crazy.
Being constructed in the east first, right?
It's kind of like the northeast part going along so like where the river is, because the river is like the east side of your village. I feel like it's always kind of weird because I always have it oriented like looking at the long haul, like when we're looking at the village. But the northern part of it is like where the farm is and the
Chapel?
animal farm. So it's starting from the east though on that north side and then going across. Do you want me to pull up the village?
What?
I just might make it easier. I'm just gonna play Siege.
Start doing it. Hell yeah.
I just start playing.
Not in the game. Switch to the combat scene.
It'll probably be easier for you to figure out how you want to do stuff anyways.
Yeah, you gotta assign watch schedules to these guys.
I need a watch schedule. I'll just sit there forever.
He's just lazy.
No, I meant like I'd sit in the watch forever.
Yeah.
It's my side of the table, dude.
Dude, you're like all the way over here.
I'm not,
Just
dude.
play footsies.
We can check. I'll put a line down the table.
Everything's on fire again.
It's still on fire.
Mhm.
You couldn't clean this up, dude.
He added like 500 of them.
Do you even do anything throughout the day?
Now he has to go and delete them.
And the village is gone.
We
No,
live
underwater. Oh,
We live in the ocean now.
that's
Just pretend the stuff that's destroyed is destroyed.
Don't worry, we won't have to pretend.
And he's about to delete it all. Wait, that cart's actually okay. Don't delete that.
Yeah, if you delete the card,
We
it'll be a
use
little
that
pissed,
card to
actually.
move the bodies.
Yeah, that was one of the carts we used to with the bodies.
That's our main cart right there. If they break that down, holy shit.
Yeah, the whole village is fucked.
That hay right there made it though?
Hay is notoriously not flammable.
We got one hay left.
The ground doesn't even look like there's a fire.
That part, the trees missing over there, definitely is my fault.
Thanks to himself. Why do I play D&D with these people? Is it worth it?
Oh my god.
Oh, what? The fuck? You
Space.
took our fucking cart, dude. We needed that.
Put the cart back right quick.
It's our main cart.
Maybe he's moving it because
There
we
it is.
were. Maybe he's moving it because we were moving bodies and stuff.
That is where I have the cart normally, so.
Yeah.
Whoa,
We
dude.
got an extra cart out of that deal. You got scammed, Billy.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa! Put our
dude.
carts back.
No, they're over there. There's
Oh,
carts
no.
everywhere in this village, and I've never noticed until just then.
You really
We
like
have
that
a lot of
cart?
Over
carts.
there,
Okay.
over there.
Leave them be.
We're a one cart per household kind of village.
At least two.
Yeah.
If you didn't have a cart, you're looked
Yeah,
down
but-
on.
2 cart garage in my house.
2 cart garages. Actually, no. Okay. Now this
That house got fucked.
Yeah.
got burnt up pretty bad.
Whose house is that?
Whose house is it?
It's not actually.
That's yours.
My house is that big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got fucked up too.
No, they couldn't get in through the door.
This is actually supposed to be more of a storage house.
Oh.
I just never got around to filling it. So
We don't have to delete
You should
it,
have just
didn't
left the roof on, and then we wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
Put the roof back up.
It's more of an open concept now.
Okay, so construction is basically started over here. This is the northern
Shit.
part
We're almost done.
That's
of the
it?
village. We're almost
Those
done.
guys are slow as hell.
This is the northern part of the village. There is like a kind of central road that leads through right here, like this part.
You gonna
This
build a
kinda goes
gate
out.
there?
More than likely, yeah. So this will likely be where I gate will be constructed, but a lot of this boom, 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 whatever, going along this is where this is started.
There's only 2 guys working
It's
on
probably a little further
That's why
along
it's so
than
slow.
that, but it's still barely started.
it. You can get
essentially
Robey over
here.
there.
I'll
And
build
then
that
you
bitch
have
fast as hell. It
that
probably won't
to the
work,
west.
but I'll build it.
Hey. He's like, I'm just jamming logs in the ground. Like, those are trees. Those are full trees. Whatever works.
Stack like 6 trees on their side. That's a wall.
Lincoln log style.
You said it's morning?
It is morning.
Look at it's fucking light out, Drake.
It could be midday. That's midday lighting right there.
That is
No,
midday.
it's-
Look at the
it's
sh-
a little
look at
too
the
dark.
look at
It's
the
a little too
shadows. They're straight up and down.
Don't you know how to read the sun?
Really?
What kind of farmer are you?
That's midday.
Make this
See?
morning time, dude.
Wait,
That's morning.
that's midday still.
Why does it always look like it's midday?
It's really midday.
It's a fuck. We're in a simulation for sure.
Dude, what's going on? Shit keeps changing from day to night.
Well, I'd probably get up
Mm-hmm.
and probably start walking around just assessing what happened.
Yeah, so immediately when you leave your house and kind of look over, you can see. I mean, it's not just fully cleared out, right? Like there's debris. Some of it's still like slightly smoking. Nothing's quite like on fire. But you can see like right next to this storage house that thankfully didn't burn, because this is where like the biggest majority of your guys' reserved grain and stuff sits. A lot of this forestry and like trees and stuff here was like burnt, and the brush and everything. Like this is smoking a shit ton, but it's not quite. Is there a gap right there?
You just did it.
Good enough.
You can see the damage that was done for sure. The bodies have been cleared out. The ground itself within the farm is tore up. A good chunk of the crops and stuff that were in this portion are just ripped and all jacked up. So you can see a lot of the people, including Brodier, would be out. Like the farm hands are all out there. You also see the one individual that you saw last night, kind of bald head, red beard. He has like a kind of polearm type weapon that he's just like uses as a walking stick as well. But they're all over there. So you can see Brodier, Torben, Jarld, Tilly, as well as this other individual, all here on the farm, tending to it and working on that. Like I said, there's still stuff within the village that like has to get done and be done like work-wise, outside of just people being dedicated to watching. So that's like the extent of the damage that you can see there. And as I said before too, like when you're out and you're looking around, like everybody's out doing something. Nobody seems to be just kind of sitting around.
Yeah,
All the people farming.
I'll probably go over towards where they're building the wall
Okay.
to help out how I can. I figured it'd probably be good if I do my watch cycles probably during the nighttime since I have dark vision. So and then
Well, just
whenever
someone
we
sit
all
on dark vision
whenever
hours.
we all meet up, I'll probably
I
express
got
those.
vision, so.
I
Dark
see you
vision
probably
also.
see Kane over here as well.
I'm turning into a bear. I get dark vision then.
Do you?
This is kind of where he said he was like looking initially, so I'd say he's probably over here in the morning too, just kind of like assessing the perimeter of it, so you guys would run into each other for sure.
Do the Hulk thing or just always
Kane,
have
as
one?
you are, Jesus, Kane, as you are here on this far side of the wall, Helmand as well as Yurt and you can see Agrin are standing over here. Agrin seems to be walking away back toward the kind of port, like the docks where he's normally at, just to kind of keep an eye on that. But you do see Helmand and Yurt here conversing with one another as you walk up. They don't really seem to like snap over and like look at you by any means. They seem pretty busy. You can see him handing Yurt a bucket that has a bunch of these like just wooden stakes in it, and he's just like, all right, every 30 or so feet, just drop a stake down, right? He starts running down and hitting it, and then taking a little hammer from his side and hitting it in the ground a couple of times, and then marking every 30 or so feet. You watch Sigrid kind of in the distance. You can hear walking next to you, and watch him basically walking up as you're looking on the wall.
How's the wall coming?
Slowly.
Too slowly.
We're gonna need more hands on this.
Black him over here.
I think we're gonna need all men in the village to do at least a shift on this every day.
Yep. And get done a lot quicker. We can't neglect our other duties.
Those that have non-essential roles will have to spend extra time on it.
And you just said some people are useless. That's crazy.
Well, they're just not essential workers. They don't know science that drive their COVID.
You just have to. Not like they were doing anything important. So. Get the fucking work on the wall, dude.
I'm fixing the farm right
And I
now.
like
The farm's fine. You see all the
slowly
plants
pace
growing
along
over there?
this,
It's doing its thing.
Perimeter.
Not gonna
Yeah,
make it
just
grow any
kinda-
faster.
I gotta fix the wood.
look out in
It's
the
all
woods,
burned
like
down
look
and
at
shit.
what
Go cut
happened and
trees
try
down or
to
something.
figure out and recall how the fight went down and just think about any semblance of how they fight and their tactics or whatever.
Okay.
They were shooting fire arrows at us from the woods. That's a pretty important tactic.
They also blinded us.
I think that was
I think that was
either-
our teammate.
That's either a survival or
Poison
an
is too.
investigation check.
Don't forget poison. It was a wild magic surge. I had no choice.
That's
So I
20.
blame Jared, though.
20? Okay. So, before we start that, Sigrid, for you, you're generally up pretty early as far as everyone in the village knows because of like going out to hunt or whatever it may be. Your kind of internal clock is wired that way to where you're up quite early. So, you're getting here.
Same.
You're actually pretty surprised to see Helmand out here, but then again, when you think about it more, him being the kind of builder of the village, he's really is responsible for this, so you can tell he's got a lot on his shoulders. Like I said, doesn't really pay much mind to you arriving there at first, but you can see and hear him just like one thing after the other that he's like saying that needs to get done, and he's like just talking to Yurt back and forth with it. He keeps bringing up like grabbing wood, like he's just like, all right, Yurt, I'm gonna head over to the mill, grab a bunch of wooden planks. We'll come back, start putting these together. I need you to head over to Kane's, grab all of the spikes that you can for nails. We'll get that going. Any sort of extra hammers you can see, grab those. We'll need to cut down more of the trees on the far northwest corner. There's no way we'll be able to put anything there until that's done, so make sure we grab a couple of axes as well. And then he kind of turns around and sees you standing there. Oh, Sigrid, here to help?
Of course.
Alright, well, there's a ton of shit to do, so whatever you see work, feel free. Like I said, northwest part of the village, a lot of the trees over there need cutting. I need a lot of the planks from the mill brought over to here. anything we cut from that northwest corner needs to go over to the mill to be cut and planked down. Just pick your poison, whatever you need to do. If you see anybody not doing anything, fucking send them this way.
Will do. I start heading towards the mill.
Okay.
Pick up some points.
Got it. You can see him start kind of walking down the perimeter a little bit, and then you see walking in the direction of the wall, just in like different waves of people. You can see Axe as well as the Kaimane individual, the Thorsten, who's like the old blacksmith prior to Kane taking it over. Falden as well. You see him kind of walking up and over. Let me see who else would be on here. I'll start. Why do I keep doing that? Start placing some people's.
Get some people in there.
Oh, that's AAX. Or AA, dude.
That's how Axe is
Fuck,
spelled.
dude.
It's like Aatrox.
Yeah, that's
AAX.
Alright.
About to get ixed.
AAX. Better name.
Ban that guy.
Hmm?
Just ban that guy.
Permo band. Is he busted? They're just annoying as fuck. Good, good. That is really what it is, but. Or I could just ban him. Give me one.
This is actually going to be a lot easier to manage where everybody's at.
Get Solthorn out there too. He's not the Jarl.
Is that guy named Huck too?
Yeah.
What? It's the Toot Tuck.
Why is this bitch not comic book?
She's busy. She's inside.
Somewhere else. Said I'm currently occupied. You're.
Oh, yours already down.
Yeah.
Get one of the fucking camels over there too. What the
Yeah,
fuck
get them
else
pulling
is-
logs around. That's what camels are good
These
for.
animals
Pulling
sitting
stuff
around on their asses doing nothing all day. They're
Horse.
working animals.
Okay, so Sigrid, as you are standing toward the end of the wall, and you just heard Hellman basically yelling at Yurt of all the shit that it needed to get done and do. You start watching some people making their way up. You see Falden and Malik, who you kind of are aware of and spoke with and kind of trained a little bit, as well as your father kind of walking up, beginning to work on the actual wall itself, to where they don't really seem to have a ton of direction, but once they get close enough, like Hellman starts just like kind of pointing people in different directions to do various things. Axe as well. I'm just kind of putting him down here because he walks up too, but then makes his way here where he
He's gonna put his
begins
axe to work.
just hacking away at some trees. So the work slowly seems to be starting. You find yourself too, like while you're working, like once you get back with the planks, however you want to, whether you're just carrying them back and forth or figuring something else out, nonetheless, when you get back and you actually start to put things in position, you're not really sure like how it's being put together. You're just more or less bringing some of the materials here, and then every time Hellman kind of makes his way back, he gives a little bit of direction on placing the planks and kind of hammering them into where they are. A lot of the nails are like this long, like they're just like big ass, almost like railroad ties, like smaller railroad ties. They're not as like thick of metal either. They're just kind of like splintered off iron slivers that have good kind of structural integrity to them that Kane has made. There's a ton of them too, but you know, at some point he's probably going to have to make more, but for now he seems to be just like walking the perimeter. You guys have your brief conversation and he begins intently and thoroughly like looking out into the forest. So as you are doing all that, Sigrid, and kind of working and helping do that, Kane, you start walking the outer perimeter, essentially. This part that you're standing in is actually used to be a lot of trees, like prior to you guys leaving, and being here now and like actually looking at it, you can kind of take that in, that a lot of it has been cleared out of the way and is trying to continue being cleared out of the way. And you start just kind of like looking at it intently. You watch Axe making his way over, like while you get past this, he starts to just start hacking away at these trees here to clear some shit out. Once you get over to here and are looking, you remember and recall the first individuals that you had encountered being like about here, right? So you're just kind of like on the outside of the fence, like corral there, like looking. You can see very visible, like disrupted ground aside from like the rest of it. Did you do a more, did I say survival or intelligence, or did I let you pick? Survival or investigation?
Yeah.
Which one did you do? Survival?
Yeah.
Okay. So looking at it, like you can see the ground itself pretty heavily disturbed, but it gets more and more so the further you get. Once you get about here or so, you can see the ground around like where these rocks are. The rock itself, one of them is just like completely like cracked and broken down from where bear deer slammed them all down to try to hit somebody and miss, but like smack the rocks. A lot of them seem to have come from this northwestern corner. Once you get to there and you can see like the footprints and stuff, some of them kind of are less visible the further you get into the actual woods because of how much like ground cover is in there and like the length of the grass, as well as just normal forest like vegetation and stuff within there. Once you get over to here, it gets even harder until you get back like out to here. Looking at it as well, you're not really sure like where the wall is gonna go, where everything's set up. You're more or less right now like looking to see how and where like they attacked from, essentially, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Once you start to look, like this part over here, a lot of the ground, like where the trees were, was burnt and kind of charred up. It's hard to really see any sort of tracks. But once you're out here, past where the burning and damage occurred, you look and you can see what looks like. Did you have a mango one by chance?
No.
She said drink the hell out of those if you wanted any
That's
to.
the one of the strawberry kiwi ones.
That's fine.
Don't
But
have this one.
when you start looking, you can see that there is a lot of foot traffic here as well. Kind of bigger tracks as well. And you start to basically reverse engineer it in a way to where you're following where it came from. You see a lot of footprints still here. Like you're able to track them like back through here. It starts to get kind of thick, like the canopy of trees. You start to walk this way, kind of like to the northwest. And you start to realize that you lose them pretty quickly, like once you get into here, like maybe three or so minutes. You know that from here, you probably have like a decent track. But you and your like ability alone right now to actually like track it back to where it came from is not probably as good as you'd imagine Sigrid would probably even be able to help you like do it, but like finding it from here, like you know that a lot of it was from this northwest corner where they initially started to enter into, because you can see from here like some of the tracks split off this way, and then you noticed when you were standing here like they went across and then like through here, so you know that where all of them originated and came in from was right here, if that makes sense. So going back further from here, like once you started to try to get further into this, it was hard for you to actually like see and find any sort of like trail leading back to where they actually came from. But you do know that this was the entry point.
Okay.
And you're not sure how long like that trail will stay like fresh, rains or whatever, just time from it settling. So that's about as much info as you gather from that.
Alright. Probably head back and I'm gonna pick up a few of those horns.
Okay. like going back to the long hall to pick up some?
Yeah.
Okay. Once you start making your way back, Brody, are you just like on the farm right now doing stuff? Okay, good. Once you start making your way back to the long hall, and you actually make your way inside, you can see inside is Dragonball and Zalfjorn and Katala, the three of them, just standing up toward the more or less the middle part of the long hall, seated there as well. Once you make your way inside, Zalfjorn quickly like snaps back to look and like see you. The Jarl addresses you as well. King, please, come in.
Close the door behind me and walk in.
Here, over here, sit. He kind of gestures over to not the middle part of the actual long hall, but maybe like a table off to the side where he has you kind of sit down.
Yo,
What do you need?
I just stopped in to get some of the horns for the watch.
Very good. Zalfjorn, the horns. He goes over toward the end of the table, where you can see a couple of things have kind of been gathered up. A lot of like bedrolls, furs, random things that he starts to grab and like sift through before he gets like a long kind of ring of them. Essentially, it's kind of like just like a long thick twine that has like maybe 8 or 9 of them that are on it. He walks over and kind of sits on the table that you're sitting at. It's kind of like a table tucked off to the side. Kind of sets him there. The Jarl puts his hand on top of him and kind of sets in like places, like kind of showing like, just give these out as you see fit. But before that, I need you to stay here for a moment. There's something important that we need to discuss.
Give him a nod.
We are dealing with this outside threat that could very well end our way of life if these savages succeed in whatever it is they're doing. But there is one thing that I have looked over that was brought to my attention early this morning by Tilly that we can't overlook much longer. She is quite upset, we will say, as far as Oberyn is concerned, with what was, well, I just need you to be here and be honest. That's all I'm asking of you. We're going to have Brodir come here and speak with him. Until I ask of you anything, just listen. He gets up at that point and goes and sits over to the throne, where Zalfjorn looks over to him. He looks at Zalfjorn and then nods. He starts to walk out, and you are basically just in silence, awaiting for them to return as well. The Jarl doesn't seem to address you. He just kind of takes this stance on the throne where he like has his arms up and he's kind of sitting with this kind of high posture, not really looking over to you. So, early in the morning, prior to you getting onto the farm, you are in the second largest structure in Skalavik, the farmhouse. You're kind of tucked away in this moment in your room. It's this kind of isolated corner of the dwelling. The hide tapestries are typically placed over the windows in the colder season to kind of keep it warm, and they're still up. You haven't been home for a long time, so you haven't really had the time to do so, and haven't had a moment to really think about it. So you walk over and kind of pull them down, let in a bit of fresh air and light. This kind of mirage of dust and debris kind of flutters through the air. You can look out and you can see Skalaheim. You see the long hall from the window, this kind of slight breeze blowing from the river that is quickly kind of snuffed out by the heat of the morning that's starting to push through. You can smell the soil outside, this kind of damp air from the river. You realize that you're home, and you through your travels and the things you begin to experience, nothing kind of quite beats this little dingy room that you have grown up in and called to, be yours. And it's simple, but it's yours, and it's been something that you've been fighting for, for a long time, and even more so now than you had before. There's a lot going on in your life as of late, but nonetheless, to your core, you're trying to keep what it means to be Viking and look out for this tribe, and you've always kind of made that a priority in your own way. And even though a lot of times you have been kind of like black sheep and like kind of isolated from everybody, you found yourself being integrated into the village a lot more, especially with this core group of people that you have just kind of through happenstance and by way of the spirits become closer to. You can hear shuffling behind you and some heavy footfalls. They're kind of slow and deliberate. They get louder, and you kind of hear a few like knocks on the door that cause you to turn around. The door itself is open at this point. Torben standing there, his large kind of beer belly Goliath self. You can see that he has in his hand a pretty sizable cup. Kind of reaches it out towards you as he's holding the one. There's this brief bit of silence as he lifts it up and kind of holds it there.
I'll take it.
Welcome back. Takes the cup up towards you, clinks it, drinks. We haven't had a moment to talk since you've returned. What's been going on?
Yeah. Well, it's quite the trip.
Well, we have things to discuss, but there's a lot going on, and work needs to be done. There's some dirt needs moving around. Be getting ready to get some potatoes going here soon. There should be some spuds in the storehouse. Hopefully they didn't all get damaged, but I'll need those sacks brought after boxes we get them ready. We'll start building it up and start planting here soon.
Alright.
Work to be done. I'm sure they'll need you all swear to throughout the day, but
Yeah.
there's a lot around here to do. He just kind of takes like a couple of steps into the room and kind of reaches and places his hand on your opposite shoulder really quickly, gives a nod, and then kind of walks out. Prior to you leaving and when you initially first got back, there was a lot of kind of like silent treatment from him. Nothing too crazy, like still conversation, but not like it always was before. Like kind of banter between the two of you where he would just talk over, like incessantly, just like keep talking and talking and talking, and you would just be silent, basically taking in everything he was saying, and seems to slowly kind of be getting there. Before he leaves the room too, he kind of like, you see his hand in the doorway as he like peers back in. Also, just a friendly word. Steer clear of Atilia, right? She's pretty upset about the whole Oberyn thing. As much of an arse that he was, still one of us. And he walks his way out, leaving.
I had to kill him. I didn't choose. It wasn't a choice.
You make your way out of the farmhouse and down the stairs. Just to
choice.
also give you more.
It's not a choice.
Just to give you more like a
Dude, I'm trying to tuck my chair in your fucking big ass headset.
idea.
Big ass in there, and your chair's in the way.
That looks painful, dude.
So essentially, this room here is yours. This room right here, that is yours.
They
This
gave me a
is
small. Obviously, they gave me a small room.
the only thing in here is
It's
a
the
bed and a
biggest
little
room here,
stool in
just
the corner with a candle on it.
This room is
Everything
two
else that you would want to keep
size.
would be up to you. But is that just a door?
You're the only one with the floating door in the house.
It's crazy that they give you a kid-sized bed. Got one of those race
No
car beds.
wonder I
right?
killed
No.
them, dude. I'm surprised I didn't kill all of them. Look what they got me in, dude.
Your say so a stuffed animal in his race car bed.
Okay, but you make your way outside.
Moving on.
I'm getting a Tempur-Pedic. All this raid money I got now. There's memory foam.
I actually probably
Sure, you
start.
about to have no money, you about to go to jail.
I'd probably start at the storehouse and I'm just like
Okay.
do like a once over first before I get all the potatoes.
Spend all his money on bail.
This storehouse here is what would have had most of it. And when you make your way inside, you do see a large bit of
Don't tell me
it
you
is
lost the
damaged.
potatoes.
The potatoes are fine. There's a few sacks of those, maybe like 3 or so. But you do see a lot of these kind of like large grain sacks that have a lot of debris like on top of them. You kind of sift it around and are moving shit. Some of it's still like pretty warm to the touch, not like hot where it's gonna burn you, but you kind of start moving it around and the building itself, like in this corner, you can see where the corner where the roof started to burn and it started to go down onto the wall itself, where there's like this corner that's just burnt out, where the roof itself is like slowly just like caving in basically to where over time you know that this is just gonna collapse at some point, and repairing it, like you're not a carpenter by any means, but like it just looks fucked. Like you can look at it and you know that it's just fucked. Like the whole
Yep,
building.
that's fucked.
The building itself is fucked, and everything that's in here, probably needs to get moved out. You can grab the potatoes and do that, but you also know in the back of your mind that there's another thing that has to get done. If that stuff in there needs to get moved out, whatever can be salvaged, and other stuff can be left or used for other things. But nonetheless, once you get the potatoes out, you grab like maybe 2 or 3 of the potato sacks, like all of them, and just like throw them over your shoulder. Basically what they are is just like small, probably like that big or so, like little, almost like the size of like a red skin potato, but they're, you know, like a russet or something, and they have a bunch of like roots already like growing off of the sides of them essentially, to where you're just gonna take those and start planting them in dirt and making sure they're watered, and they'll just start fucking growing like crazy essentially. So with that, the way that you guys do it here, essentially in the village, is you'll have a bunch of these tall like boxes or like huge burrowed out pits where you just plant a bunch of these in there and just let them kind of go crazy in it, and then just break it down or rake it out and pull all of that crop up with it. So you just start kind of bringing it over, and you can see standing, the only person you don't recognize that's standing out here, that you see immediately, and who sees you immediately and has this like
Chandrapal's gonna run.
has this like kind of like wide-eyed like look as his head kind of rears back. You can see his bald head, kind of dull kind of features to his face. Like his eyes aren't like pointed, like his eyebrows aren't pointed, like his jaw's not pointed. He's just like very like soft in his face. There's not a lot of like contours or anything. He's got a pretty thick kind of reddish brown beard. It has a little bit more red in it. He's basically fully bald.
I'm walking over to myself.
Beard itself is probably like maybe a little bit above like the collarbone line. He has on very, very basic clothing.
Nice to meet you.
Let me.
Dude, you feel so familiar.
Like, that's stupid.
I walk around with a pole arm too.
He has this basically like a pole arm. It's just like a. It's more a spear than anything, honestly. Let me.
That's what I meant, dude. I call my spear pole arm, so then it won't get weird.
Get more of a description for him.
That'd be fucking tiny.
He's probably about late 20s as far as age goes by looking at him. He's maybe like 5'9".
That's you.
I swear to God, this is like what this is.
Purely coincidental.
His build itself, you can see he's kind of like got this lean build.
He was like, okay, alright.
I was waiting for him to say he's got a belly, and I was like,
He has a decent bit of like muscle to him. He
oh, definitely not me.
It's Jared, but spelled the other way.
Urge.
You can see that he has on his side some sort of like a water skin that is sitting there as well. He's got a couple of random like pouches and stuff. His hands are dirty, like he is like a worker for sure. You can see that they're pretty calloused. Even like the knuckles of his hands are calloused up a little bit. His face itself is pretty clean. Like he's not like super dirty or anything, but you can tell that he's been out here working and doing stuff pretty early. And you've seen him around a little bit every now and then, but this is the first time you've actually like had this face-to-face interaction with him, and he's kind of like wide-eyed, like kind of like looking back. By the spirits, Aldrich has blessed you, my friend. Your hands are like fucking bear paws. He takes his hand up towards you, kind of at a little bit of an angle.
About
My
that.
name's Tawatuk. Tawatuk.
How took?
Some people just call me Tuk.
I like took. Let's shake his hand.
Shakes your hand.
You working here now?
Helping out, yeah. Doing what I can. Not much of a farmer, but it's coming pretty easily. Brody, right?
Yep.
Heard some things about you. Hope some of them are true and some aren't. Pleasure. Spirits be with you.
Spirits with
He starts walking off, and then you take the potatoes and kind of set them down to where you can see Jarld is basically moving some dirt around, like sifting it about. It's pretty obvious. You can see where the potatoes are getting ready to be placed in. Basically that row of dirt right here where like all of the shit happened and like people were barreling through.
Fuckers, dude.
It's already all torn up. A lot of those crops are damaged and broken, so he's just like clearing that. You see him doing so, and you do the same. Start clearing shit out, grabbing it, throwing the messed up stuff into a bin, essentially, that just starts getting like packed down into it to like compost it, essentially. Once it starts getting cleared, you've probably been out working for maybe 2 or 3 hours. You're not really paying attention to much beside what you're working on.
Shit, please not let me run, dude.
He said, actually, I'm ready to run them there.
I'm running! Go, go! I'm trying to get Brody here, but then he just started jumping fast.
Try to catch me.
Arriving
Joking people
at the
out.
farm, you can see them walking up as you're kind of intently looking at it, and then you just kind of turn around to go look, and you can see staring at you, and you kind of start to stare at him as well. Zalfjorn arrives. Zalfjorn, the son of Jarl Ragnvald, you know, the sides of his head shaved. He's kind of taller.
That's true.
He's like 6'2", pretty muscular, shaved on the sides of his head, kind of dark black hair, this twisting braid on the top of his head, this well-kept beard, strong built, half-work individual that you can see. Walks up over towards you. Brother, come with me. You see standing next to him as well is Axe, the tiefling man, the kind of like 6 foot, kind of strong, stocky built guy. You can see a great axe sheathed on his back. The direction that they came from was not from the long haul, it was from the kind of northwest corner of the village where Zalfjorn would have had to go and get Axe where he was working at. You can see Axe is sweating.
Scared.
He's also kind of looking at you, so make a quick insight check.
He's like, I can fight this guy if I need to.
I'll kill them both.
Oh, that's good.
Insight.
Yep.
That's on my sheet.
It is on there.
12.
12.
That's good for him.
Zalfjorn definitely is just like doing what he's supposed to do, kind of looking at you. Doesn't seem to be fluttering at anything, but acts is like looking in your direction, and then you kind of like look over toward him because it's not like a, unless you want it to be, but like you just kind of like look and see him. You're not like threatening him, but like you just kind of like look over to him, and he just kind of like
Scary dude.
looks over toward the trees, and he's just kind of sitting there sweating. You can see he's kind of dirty and stuff too, like looks like he was working, but he doesn't seem like he's trying to be there to be intimidating. He kind of just seems like he was like dragged along in a way, and it's pretty obvious to tell. Zalforn gestures for you to walk in front of him.
My father needs to see you.
Okay. I start walking. Towards the gate.
Don't even have the wall built yet. I'm just running to the woods.
Gonna run to the gate. And jump over it. That's not the right way,
The gate's not even in your way. You just like run over to it so that you can jump over it.
We use the camels for police cars, you know?
Get him!
Yeah. These camels are like made it here. It's so cold.
The trial starts. Roe deer versus the people. Oh, he's on the roof.
Get out of there! Get on the roof! Run!
Slant
Kane's
to the
dropping a
roof,
rope.
man.
Yeah.
You're gonna kill
Off
me.
top ropes.
Oh my God. I thought you were gonna help me escape.
It's not his
You gotta
job.
start swinging from house to house like Spider-Man.
Oh shit.
Your uncle told me, he's like, I need you on the roof. I need you to jump on him. 'Cause that's a big fucker, dude.
Just because he's, yeah, it's gonna take 4 or 5 of us to get
You
him
need all
down.
you need all the force you can get.
My God, King just killed him. He choke slammed him. He jumps from the top. Brody's still just standing there.
And the or Jeff Hardy theme song starts playing.
Yeah, true.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Swanton bomb.
Spit the water into the air.
No, fire just pops up from all 4 corners, and, and then you do the cane.
Kane. That's my true identity this whole time.
Take a cold.
Delete unique dom and press that button.
My God,
Alright,
he
well,
just
it's
killed
not
him.
pulling him up, but
Can't you,
You put
can't
on
you
like
summon him?
black clothes and
It's just
Undertaker.
working.
It's just me and Kane, dude.
Try to click it, it doesn't set him in there.
Stone Cane said so.
What's the drop downs do?
Just because you have it clicked
It's
on,
this.
maybe?
Drag him in
This
there.
guy
Go to?
probably- Nope, he's not doing it either.
He's gone.
They're somewhere.
Are the doors closed?
Are they on the roof?
Somewhere.
Somebody was on
Not
the
on the
roof
roof.
earlier.
Are the doors closed?
Are they in the basement? The secret basement?
Is there a secret basement?
Can you put them outside?
Because you're in like build mode, maybe? I don't know.
I thought Kane was already out somewhere.
Nothing.
Kane's in the building.
Oh,
I'll put
is he?
Kane inside.
Yeah.
Do you have him on another map? Do you have him on
What if
the
you
the
click-
one where we were all fighting?
I had all you guys there too. It
Oh.
pulled you over, so I don't
What if you
know.
click go to? Where does it take you? It says go to character. Oh, he's right
He's
there.
right there, dude.
Hmm.
Billy, he's just right there, dude.
I can see him.
Oh, are you putting him underneath the ground?
I don't think so.
Go under the ground, dude.
Yeah,
Whoa!
You checking the ocean down
That's what's under us?
there? Ocean.
No. Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah, I don't
He's in there.
understand
I see
where-
him.
Hey, someone's in there.
That's me.
That's,
Who the fuck's hiding?
that's his wife.
Oh.
What up, dude? You awake from your nap? It's like I heard something.
Maybe- Maybe
Heard you cut
go
down
back
all
to
the
main
logs.
menu
You cut down
and
all the
then
trees
go
down there,
back
dude?
in.
Saw them logs.
Yeah, some logs down there. I said me and my boy AX were cutting trees. Yeah.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa!
He said it's twice as fast if we're both doing it.
We're not even. Dude, the whole stream just fucking seen all the decks seen, dude. They know
Uh-oh.
everything, dude.
Jared,
Discord
You
should
broke
be opening. Is Discord not open?
it's open.
Discord's open.
It's not open.
I don't know my shit.
It's the
They're
same.
not
It's the
watching-
same password as everything
They're
else.
watching not.
Yeah.
They're not watching Tails Player.
Use your QR code. You hover over it. I know you got Discord on your phone.
Don't. Delete it.
Cap.
Sick of the million messages I get a day.
He He has it open right now.
He doesn't get messages.
All the people that message me a day, it's just Melissa's just
Maximum 1 message a day.
He said the list is.
something nobody noticed that.
It's just Coco pulling up your match history in every game that you play.
Posting a screenshot.
I'm surprised he doesn't do that. I'm gonna be honest.
Do you want him to?
No,
I can get him
It's
to
not
start.
working, so that's all there is to
We'll
it.
pretend they're there.
That's weird.
Okay.
I'm going like a 30-game win streak, lose 2 games. Then Steve will message me. Dude, you kind of suck.
One more thing I want to try.
What happened this game, man? Why are you 3-18?
3-18.
Go to
Did
Detroit.
you ever find
You
any
should
new,
ask him.
you ever find any new mods for this?
I haven't used any yet. They have
Vikings
one
in
that's
Detroit.
like.
Let's go.
Is that him?
Who's all in here?
That's me.
That's everyone.
No, that's good.
Just
He's dead.
That dude's dead.
Not anymore.
who's standing there ready to fight me?
That's your Jarl.
You
I'll
could-
take over this village right now.
You
You
could
better
take-
fucking chill.
you could take Trial by combat.
Watch what you say.
Trial by combat. You could definitely take Zalfjorn.
Look at that guy.
You can take Zalfjorn, but once what's his name comes back, you're fucked.
Yeah, Gimdall. He's different. He could take down a
He's
whole
already
party.
here. He's don't know it.
Yeah. He could take all of us for sure.
If I can take that guy out, I'm good.
You think?
Just trying to get
'cause
your
then
guy.
I'm the top dog now.
Hey, who's that guy back there?
Just gotta get your guy. That's it.
Who's that? Oh, that's Axe.
I get one.
Axe.
It's on my teammates if we lose.
Axe supposed to be cutting trees. What's he doing in here?
Why is he flanking me?
He'll back you up.
Get the fuck. Hey, get in my
Zalfjord
view.
went and grabbed him.
He'll back you up.
Okay.
That's my home.
I like that he's flanking me, dude.
Once you
He's 40 feet
make
away.
it to Skalheim, the long haul, you arrive to find Jarl Reinwald sitting in his throne, and off to the side, you can see seated is Kane. He's just kind of like sitting at a table.
Kane's not standing there like. Axe is like.
Reinwald's just kinda
He's
sitting
up in
there
the
and
rafters.
puts his hand out in front of him, like to where you're basically standing now. Rodir, step forward.
I'll step forward.
You take a couple of steps into the long hall. You feel like you may kind of know why you're here, but it doesn't seem like super formal, and
I think I'm getting another medal. I don't know what you're talking about.
you
I
just
did.
don't really think too much of it.
You're
You're
the
just
strongest.
doing what you're told in a way, and you do as so and step forward. You've recently told me the truth of what happened to Oberyn and the reason for this.
Did I tell him?
Yeah.
I told you.
Yes.
Remember the game.
When you guys came back.
I told him that I changed. I don't remember telling him.
Yep, because he asked you who else knew. And you didn't tell him anyway. I just went back and watched this VOD a little
Did
bit.
you? Okay. Dude, I got the memory of a goldfish. So if you tell me that it happened, I guess it
Yeah,
probably.
when you guys returned, yeah, you.
So you got receipts, dude.
That's
I trust you.
Shit, that makes this easier. I thought I was gonna have to fucking sit here and defend myself again. 'Cause I
You
might
still
have
can.
to.
Yeah, you basically explained that you were
like-
in control of it when it
Uh-huh.
happened and all that. So.
Yep.
It's kind of fun to do.
It wasn't my fault.
It's kind of work to do without
It's
everybody
really
there.
his
though.
fault. He sent me to go fight the bear.
It's a little sus.
I do not fully understand it. I have looked to the spirits for answers, but I have received none. I am conflicted. You've killed another Viking. Regardless of how or why, you must stand trial for these crimes committed. What say you?
Is he asking if I'm guilty or not guilty?
You can say whatever you want.
Say what you believe, what you feel.
Murder.
do it again. Nope. That might not be a good thing to say.
David just told me. Yeah, that guy's gotta go.
Who is that? How did he get in?
I did do as you say, but I've been in a struggle between Uldrick and Daycool since we dealt with the bear. And I wasn't in my right mind, but you determined I need to be punished. I will not fight it.
He looks at Zalfjorn, back at you. Did you knowingly kill Oprah?
No.
Did anyone know that you killed Oprah?
I feel like telling the truth.
I told Torvik and the members of my little group, but that was while we were on the trip, so they weren't back yet.
Did you want to kill Oprah?
I didn't like him, I'll say that, but no.
Okay, I want to hear from you. What would you do if you were in my position? At that point,
Jumps off the
Zalfjorn interjects, speaking up before you get a chance to speak. Father, Rodir has killed one of us. The only penalty for this crime is death. The wolf will embrace him. You know this to be true. These are our rules. He puts his hand up toward Dragonbolt, or towards
We were
Zalfjorn.
fighting yesterday.
Dragonbolt looks at you.
I'll go
Oh.
toe with Zalfjorn.
He tells the truth in that it was against his own will.
Go, get out of here.
Spirits have chosen him for some path, though we don't understand what it is. It's a tough decision. Yeah. As you say, a fellow Viking has died as a consequence. I do believe that he just tells the truth, that he had no say over his actions. From adventuring with him and raiding, when he would assume that form that he committed that crime with, he was not himself. And he would attack us. But he's come a long way since then. And I believe the bear is, the great bear is starting to have more control than the wolf. I don't think anything like this would happen ever again.
You believe that?
Yes.
Did you shit your pants, dude?
He who smelled
Send
it
him
out
out
there,
there.
dude.
Him on trial.
Fuck, he already did it, dude. Send him out now to do my
Yes.
Go.
That's in the chamber,
Go.
He
dude.
said, screw
Ow,
you,
ow,
put up
dude.
some logs down here.
You fucking stink, dude.
Go on. Oh,
So that's fucked up. Dude. That's fucked up.
Is there a fucking turd on the road?
no.
He said I was helping cut down trees and
Village.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready.
take your time, dude.
Damn, dude.
Breathe.
Feed him, dude. Everything.
Stinky fart pills.
Classic. Classic stinky fart pills prank on a D&D group.
Works every time.
Alright, I'm good. I think.
Just sticks his butt in here, farts, and closes the door on us.
That's what you get for kicking me out, fuckers.
Brother, you have always been one of us. Since the day that we opened our village up to you. He starts looking toward kind of Southjorn. He has always worked toward proving himself to be a strong member of this tribe. He's done much for us as a people, never asked for anything in return. I believe Cain that it is clear that he did not knowingly act, and some unnatural force was leading his actions. And for that reason alone, I will forgive your crimes against the Bone Cloaks. But do not mistake my mercy today for foolishness. Any other misstep on your part will be judged with the full extent of our people, in a formal trial where you will be judged by the spirits in your peers. You understand, Protea?
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
If you let the wolf win again, it will be the last thing you did. We have enemies outside of our gates, threatening our way of life, threatening all of us. We can't have enemies within either. That is all. He looks to both of you, basically, to exit.
Sorry, no. I got a laundry list of chores to do, dude. It's
Right.
bad
Get
in
an
my
hour out of
direction.
your day to do this. I'm big.
Follow behind him, but not like right on him.
Can I speed this up?
After exiting,
Yeah.
you can see Axe makes his way out as well.
Don't talk.
Don't get ballsy, Axe. I kill people.
He exits prior to you leaving, so he's kind of standing outside, and then once you exit that side door, he just kind of like hands up. What do we do?
Yeah.
I'm Max. Pleasure to meet you, friend. I just wanted to be clear that I was just here for muscle. Doesn't mean I was going to be able to do anything about it, but I saw you on the farm when they raided. I wish we would have had somebody like you when they first came to Kjartan.
I wish I was there.
I believe that.
Glad you found home here, though.
I hope so. Just wanted to make sure that we are good.
Yeah, we're good.
Alright. He starts kind of trailing off.
Go fucking do my chores, dude. This is gonna take me a whole fucking year to get done. Gotta keep going to court and shit. All these legal fees.
You get a
Bro.
bill.
You're paying for it. You're the defendant.
You can be appointed up a ligature.
That you'll pay for.
Fortunate Steiner needs like a coma right now.
I'll defend you when I wake up.
This gives me time. It's
Yeah,
good.
you
It's
want
good.
those.
We can keep the
I don't know if
lane.
there's anything left in there. Doesn't matter what it
There's
is.
a couple.
Take your pick with you.
Don't eat that one though.
Alright.
The one you're looking
He said,
at.
"Wait, don't
not
eat
eat
that
that one.
So, you guys, besides Steiner, is there anything you guys specifically want
Snyder
to try
doesn't
to
get to
do?
choose what he's doing? Come on.
I'm in a coma, dude.
Anything you guys want to do?
Yeah.
I'm in a coma, but he's ripped up.
Let's get up with the
He's been erect this
cigarette
entire
again.
time.
I wanted to go to the mill, the lumber mill, to get plank. But before I do that, if we have like a wagon and like a horse that I can attach to it to help carry more, I would.
You do. I know that Vokesh had brought something up prior about somebody constructing something to where it can be. Or no,
We
that,
had a-
that was more for a plow. You have something that'll attach just like a wagon to it. It's just super simple. But you don't have any
We
sort
s-
of like large plow that's
We
horse
stole
drawn.
that one. Not stole, sorry. We killed those people. Then we took their stuff.
Very different.
The like jail cart.
Oh yeah, you have that. So you just took the cage off. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. So yes, you do.
That way we can move more.
Isn't
wood
stealing
faster.
if they're
Very
dead?
smart.
It's just like free stuff at that point, right?
It's not stealing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The stuff's there.
Yeah.
You're just taking
nobody owns
stuff
it.
that nobody owns.
As you exit the long hall, you see
Next we're going to the
Sigrid
graveyard.
walking with the horse kind of drawn.
That's grave robbing.
The carriage that's there, a bunch of wooden planks loaded into it. You kind of see him like walking past.
Look up to him.
You see Kane approaching you on the.
It's like a second wave of it. I don't know what's going on.
Nope, that was you. Did you check that there wasn't a turn on it?
I don't know how they're like strung on or whatever.
Yeah, it's
but,
just like tied. You have to untie him.
We're good, I would think.
I'll do a
See
horn.
shit up behind the
Get
potato.
it.
Let her
You
rip
know
it.
the area around here better than anyone.
Don't
Think
let
it'd
it
be
rip. We're
best
fucking
that-
start fighting.
You keep an eye on our western front, especially in the nighttime hours.
I can do that. Just taking over this load of planks over to the builders.
Alright,
I'll
need
keep
any
an eye
help
to
with
it.
that?
No, I got this little horse and carriage going on. Can
Okay.
actually get quite a bit over. A lot quicker than me carrying it myself, so.
Alright. They seem to primarily have come in from the northwest, so I trust you the most of anyone.
They were shooting those fire arrows from the trees.
Yeah. I was thinking about deforesting some more of this area around us.
Just a little bit further out.
Yeah, farther than we would use. Just have clear sight lines.
I mean, we might have to just to get the lumber in place for the wall
Yeah,
anyways.
we'll need a lot. I want to build some, thinking of some towers to overlook the area.
Yeah. We don't want to get rid of too many trees or else the wildlife won't come too close. We turn our hunting days into hunting couple days.
That's about all I got so far.
You hand that to Jared. Go that way, please.
Jerry with the J.
They always do. Maybe we put Jerry or Gary.
Gary's terrible.
Gary with a J.
That's crazy.
Jary.
That's crazy.
I think I'm going behind the counter and make my own at that point.
Like, you know what? I got it.
Oh, and just one more thing is, yeah, I guess we already know about Brody, but this whole thing that he deals with.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone knows about it now after last night.
Well, just had talking to him about it. If it happens again, it ain't gonna be good. So,
What do you mean? Like if he turns into a bear?
more the wolf in this case.
If he turns into it?
Yeah.
Really?
And well, if he turns into a wolf, I'm assuming he won't have control again. So he does things
It seems like he's got to watch his temper.
And we need to keep an eye out on him. Can't let that happen again.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're ever around him, just keep an eye on him.
Yep.
If you see him acting strange, just
Got trank arrows in there.
it's a sleep dart in there.
Tranquilizing shot.
Just stab this into his neck. Go to sleep. Got it from Steiner.
You just said the word, I'll make you some trank arrows.
Put a shock collar on him if you hit the
Put an invisible fence around the
Predator keeps trying to run.
That's fucked.
If you see
They're hitting
him,
you with a newspaper.
start seeing him start to lose control, let me know or whatever.
Yep.
Or let any one of us know.
Yep. We look out for our own.
Give a hand on the shoulder, a little squeeze, walk away.
Alright.
I guess before going back to work on things for the day,
What's his name?
Lyra's,
Kaime.
yeah, I'll go to Kylie.
Yep.
Or Tyington.
Yeah, when you find him, you actually can see, you kind of take a quick peek around the tents, and he's actually standing like in the western part of the village, just like looking around right now. Kind of like in this area, like behind the long hall. Just kind of like start walking over toward the tents to maybe see him if he's over there. But you catch out of the corner of your eye, like him behind the long hall, just like looking up towards the woods. And you remember seeing him walking around in that area anyways earlier, so you kind of hear over and see him.
I'll approach.
Alright.
I don't
Once
think I've ever
you-
spoken with him yet, have I?
Nope. Once you start to walk up, like kind of over to him, as I said before, let me make sure I have the good description here. See a human male, probably about 6 foot. He's probably later 20s. He's pretty muscular individual. Not like really, really big muscular, but just kind of well built, kind of longer features as far as like his arms seem. Like he just kind of, his head is shaved on both sides. He's kind of got this brown, long braid that goes down his back. When you get up and kind of close to him, you're kind of walking up on the left side, and he kind of turns, and you can see that the left eye that's there is just gone. It's just kind of like a hollow socket that has a bunch of like skin flaps kind of folded over it, where it seems like it was kind of stitched or something up at one point. Just kind of like looking at you with the one eye. Just kind of like looks for a moment.
Kaime.
Yes, nice to meet you. Your name?
Kane.
Pleasure.
The Jarl has tasked me with managing the watch of Skolovik.
Whatever I can do to help.
I noticed in the attack on us that you seemed like a pretty capable combatant, and I heard some good word about you spread around. So you guys are all set up down here on the like southwestern side here. I'm gonna give you one of the horns.
Sure takes it. Thank you.
Just keep an eye out on this portion over here, by where your people are staying, and was there there's like a certain
like code for the horn or whatever that we blare right when there's
Yeah,
trouble.
it was
I'll
like,
just tell them what the
yeah.
pattern is for it or whatever.
Yeah, 3 kind of long horn blows is usually southwest corner. Good. Yeah, 3 just like kind of long horn blows. It's pretty normal. It's usually what you only use to communicate with them anyway, so. Thank you. I will make sure that I do well. We are very grateful for all of you here. We have lost a lot, especially my family. But
You've gained a lot by coming here too.
I believe so.
But contribute however else you can. We're working on the wall. Still need we're gonna need lots of lumber. So you don't have to watch the entire time, but if you want to see if anyone else in your group wants to contribute to the watch, that's fine with me.
I'm sure some of my siblings can do so. I will speak with them. Maybe I can get started on the trees over here while we all watch.
That'd be a good idea. Thank you.
Give them a nod and head off. Spend the rest of the day working on chopping trees down. Especially in the northwestern area.
Okay.
And then at night I want to draw some designs for like watchtower type structures.
Okay. Alrighty. Steiner.
Oh, guy. You're alive and well, and you've been working with us this whole time.
Oh, we're still in a coma. Okay, next.
All right, Steiner, dead. All right.
Made about the spooky music.
Oh no. I'm feeling.
I'm not putting it up.
Meditative.
I don't know.
I
I don't know how to
meditative is what I
feel,
would say.
dude. I don't know how to feel, man.
Creativity flowing over
Somber.
here.
I was like, that's not it.
Told you
I'm
meditative.
feeling ancient and mysterious right now.
That's crazy.
Alright, glad you guys got that out.
Kind of feel kind of like a mystical Viking meditative vibe. I don't know.
Just feeling my beard might catch on fire.
He's right.
Just like 5 minutes of Sean going like this.
He's playing risky. Yeah.
I'm committed.
Alright, so for you guys, and in order for this to adequately move along to where it needs to be, for you, Kane, specifically, you are solely responsible, essentially, for the watch for some time. 3 or 4 days of this, essentially, where you are managing and kind of making sure that the wall is being watched. I'd say for you, unless you would think otherwise, you're probably not sleeping as much as you would normally. You might find yourself waking up in the middle of the night or something and going along and watching and checking to see if somebody is out and about, like watching the actual wall. There are people that are working through the night as well, doing things, farming, stuff with the building, so there's constantly noise and stuff going on. There are people out and about quite a bit in the streets.
Brody
of
would
the-
probably be working pretty late. He's having trouble sleeping.
for sure.
Just don't be staring at the moon.
But nonetheless, with the amount of people that were delegated to the watch, you kind of made a patrol in a way where, like, you have certain people just throughout times of the day that are out watching. So Sigurd kind of finds himself like early in the morning, he'll be working, doing stuff, and then in the middle of the day you probably sleep or like nap for a little bit probably.
I don't need
and
much
then,
time. I only
right.
need 4 hours of
Yep.
rest. So.
Dude,
And then
don't
you
have to
head right back
say
out.
that like, oh, we get it. You're so cool.
I just want to make it known.
To us, to bully us. 'Cause we have
And
to
then you
sleep
would
and eat.
head back out
Yeah.
for the night. And then
'Cause I
once
can
somebody
see it,
starts, somebody kind of trades places with you early in the morning.
Can't see shit.
Lifeline.
But nonetheless, like you took the time and started doing the perimeter, looking around, following these tracks, trying to find some sort of central place. You make it a point to have, you know, like you already did it. You put Sigurd on the west side as well as Kaimane kind of in that southwest corner. So you have that kind of locked down to where, like, more specifically, like the northwest and then that northern part getting watched. But there's also people that just are kind of managing themselves and just being out there, and that's more or less what you find yourself doing more than anything is making sure that it's being done. Like there's no gaps in it, and you, like I said, probably don't sleep as well because you're constantly kind of up looking around trying to make sure things are in order. During the day, it's not so much of like a worry, so you don't find yourself like constantly looking then. You're just more or less from a tactical standpoint, like looking at the village as a whole and thinking yourself like how you would try to attack it, and that's when you start building the watchtower like design and drawing stuff up or whatever it may be. But with that, like I said, for you, Sigurd, your day basically early morning, you're out doing stuff, whether it be hunting a little bit. You're a little weary doing that, just trying to, you know, push so far outside of the village. But when you're within the village, it's just work on the wall wherever you can, helping move planks along, cutting stuff down, helping mill it down. You probably learn a little bit more about that process as well, especially having the skill set you do with wood in general.
I think what I would do, probably alternate days, work and then hunt.
Okay.
On one of the days when I'm working, I do want to, get like a.
No, get out.
Get your stinky ass out here, bro.
I
We're not dealing with this shit.
Don't blame me.
Get like a little bit of
Oh,
extra like grain
Mhm.
and take it out with me and kind of almost bait it closer to the village so I don't have to travel as far for hunting.
Got it.
Someone gonna
So
vouch for
hopefully I
me?
can get something a little bit closer to the village without
Okay.
having to
I
spend so
wish you
much
could
time
come in
outside of
Getting
it.
easier. Gotcha. Okay.
Like, I think I might just come in.
Get out. Go on.
Fuck
No.
you, dude.
Is he still in here? Where's he at?
Yeah.
Go.
He's
He's
not.
hiding.
Ouch.
He's right.
Dude, I see you.
He said, I did a good stealth check, dude.
Go on.
I'm not gonna blend in with the wall. It's real.
Get on.
This is discrimination.
Okay. Bertie, you probably spend every minute of every day just working. Even finding it's hard. Like, everybody makes their way back to the long hall at some point throughout the night to eat, and Torben finds himself, you know, coming. Bro, dude, come on. You have to eat. Let's go.
Maybe later.
No, we'll do it now. You're fine. Come on.
I'm almost done.
Alright, finish that up and then head in. A lot of meals, like I said, were kind of prepared at night specifically by the Jarl's orders. They're not like these illustrious feasts by any means, but they are sustainable enough nutrition and food for everybody. Voktash himself is pretty diligently like at Steiner's, helping him, tending to him as best he can, and then also heading
taking
back
the
to
easy
the farm.
job so you don't have to work.
Heading back to the farm as well, and going toward the animals,
Couldn't even
tending to
listen
them,
the second part.
doing everything that he can to assist in that manner. 4 or so days of this happening, and Steiner has not woken up for those 4 days. At this point, it's kind of late. A 5th day rolls around, and it's later at night. You know it is because of how dark it is in the room. You wake up in your house.
Let's go.
You remember the last thing you saw was the arrows flying into your chest you're reminded very quickly of that pain from the aching in your chest. You kind of place your hand there and you can feel the bandage that covers the wounds. There's dried blood that kind of soaked through it. The bandages have been in place for quite some time. You'd imagine at least 2 or so days.
What's Voltash even doing in here?
You feel kind of weak and tired.
Healing takes time, dude.
But the fucking changing bandages.
Each breath that you take has this kind of like dull ache to it, like in your chest. Your ribs, not so much. It's all like very central and like focal to the front part of your chest. You'd imagine one of your ribs kind of on that left side, like it feels almost like cracked, like from one of the arrows probably piercing it or hitting it, to where you have this kind of big bandage that's on there, and then it's wrapped up and over your shoulder several times, and you can feel it when you take these kind of like rapid movements. It causes you to wince in pain. You lay back down and begin to rest once more. You find it really hard to get comfortable. You are so exhausted, even though you've been basically asleep for like 5 days almost, you really struggle to stay awake. You can feel your eyes flutter before they fall heavily. The 6th day kind of rolls around in the morning, and you found yourself throughout the night kind of like waking up here and there, like trying to stay up a little bit, but realizing it's dark, so you just let sleep take you and rest, essentially. You get these brief little images of people within your actual house, like checking on you. You see Voltash more than anybody, and he's like there basically, from what you can tell, all the time, because you remember seeing him so much, like when you were in this kind of vogue state of like being unconscious and like trying to come to, and this like strange in-between of like seeing this blurred image of him in front of you, changing the bandages, like you can hear him talking to you.
I think too, as him and Axe were kind of carrying me to my house on that first day, just being kind of in and out, I would have just like kind of grabbed him on the arm and just gave him like a grin, and I think in his head it kind of would have like, he's seen Steiner give him this exact same grin so many times, and like when he sees it, like an image of Steiner kind of flashes in his head, and then it's back to the gray face, and yeah.
Perfect. You see these images of him repeatedly. You also see your mother and father obviously checking on you.
Yeah.
You see very concerned looks on their faces.
Yeah.
Confused looks even. The 6th day you wake up, you can feel that something is off with you. You don't, like, feel different, but you are. Go over to maybe like something reflective, or even just like laying in the bed and looking kind of at yourself.
Yeah, I think, touching those bandages, I probably would have looked down and saw my skin kind of a shade of gray, and then maybe looked for some sort of shiny surface to try and get a glimpse.
You can see a kind of like bucket of water next to the bed where, Voltash has probably been using it to rinse bandages or do whatever with it, or even for water source, whatever it may have been used for, but a bucket nonetheless there to where you can kind of look and see your skin a pale gray, your ears pointed much more than they would be normally, your hair is longer and lighter. It's basically like stark white. You can feel it resting in front of your face as well, like kind of like up in front where you have to like push it back out of the way. You're in this state of disarray. Your mind feels cloudy. You almost have like a dull tone sounding in your head, drowning out all the noise around you. You hear your voice, like the voice of Steiner. Like you can hear it. Like your conscious inner self knows that voice, and it's your inner dialogue in a way, like basically talking you through what's going on, like seeing everything and hearing everything. You fall asleep once more, and you realize that you haven't been dreaming much. You realize that you are super weak and tired and kind of beaten up, and you're aware that it's kind of like a weird concept for you to like know that you died, essentially. but you know that you suffered some sort of really traumatic event, and you don't really know how much time has passed. You don't really know much of what's going on, but you see flashes of images when you're resting. You're not dreaming, but you can see these flashes of images, and it's kind of the same thing repeating itself over and over again, and it's just dark outside, and there's this kind of rainy, dirty road, water kind of pooling on the ground, the path before you is like kind of muddy, and you're just walking this path, and then something is just like stopping you dead in your place, like dead in like your tracks, like you're not moving any further, still standing on this kind of muddy, watery road, before you end up waking up again, and kind of repeating this cycle for a few days, before eventually, like when you wake up and you're like fully with it, a good like week or so has passed, like since the actual event has happened. So a solid 7, maybe 7.5 days of you kind of being in and out of consciousness, and you really only remember Volktash being there. You remember obviously like your family being there, but you don't remember how much. It doesn't really seem like a lot. At this point though, you do wake up feeling a little bit better, but you're still extremely achy. You don't have like a headache or anything, or you don't feel like lightheaded. You just feel a little off, and you still have that ache like kind of in your chest. There's like 3 central spots where you can feel it sharply, but there's just this central dull ache that kind of goes over your chest. You can feel a little bit of like numbness and weakness in your hands, like as you're like moving them and squeezing them, and you begin to look at them again, and you're still trying to make sense of like why, like you know that this is you and you feel fine, but there's just something that's off, and you start looking again at your appearance, and you still have the same kind of like the face paint or whatever it is that's usually there. It's like face paint, correct?
Yeah.
Like the run eyes, yeah. Like it seems like it's a little bit like run like off, like hasn't been renewed on there, but you can still see like the slight stains of it from where it constantly sits and is. So like, you know that is like something that you've constantly done. Like Steiner has like placed that there and had it there and made sure it's there all the time, and kind of like really organized with it, like in a habit of having it there all the time. All of your clothes that you have like inside of the house, you look around and it's your house. You know, all of your things are inside of it. You can kind of smell the almost like earthy, mossy scent with inside of your house. Looking around, there's a faint bit of light that's kind of peeking more or less on like the front part of your house, that's giving a little bit of ambient light to the inside. It's not quite like a morning sun, it's probably like a midday sun, to where you're not waking up in the absolute like ass crack of dawn at this point, but you are woken up this time and stay awake. You're not falling like unconscious, your eyes don't feel super heavy, you don't feel like super weak, but you definitely are not like 100% yet. You're kind of like in this little bit of a recovery state, if you would, because you did die.
He just keeps saying it, really.
You
Really just put it into his fucking head, dude.
to say.
you hear a ton of commotion outside. Nothing like bad. Yeah.
Dead again.
You re-killed him from saying it so many times.
Nothing like chaos, but you hear commotion. Like the village is loud and busy right now, and you're fully aware of it.
Okay. I think
Do what you wish.
I think he'll get up, probably reach for something on his bedside table that's maybe been left there, maybe some bread or something, and just take a bite. And I think he'll grab his staff and, leaning on it decently heavily for support, I think he makes his way out of his house to see, I don't know, find somebody.
There's nobody.
That'd be crazy.
It's
If there's
just
nobody,
you.
I'm going back in.
It's just you.
It's not even a village anymore.
Once you exit,
Like
I
a
said,
signature.
you hear a ton of commotion. So this is about a week later,
300
so
years later.
just so we know where everybody's at. Like
flying car.
a week later of this process, and the wall being built and everything, at some point they probably need you to like at least every other day or so be building more nails, essentially. So that's something that you could probably be doing. But like on the 7th day, I'd imagine you guys are probably all basically doing the same things that you were doing, aside from small sprinklings of random other stuff that gets thrown in there as things progress within here. So Brody, you'd probably be somewhere around the farm. Kane, you'd either be at your forge or the wall, like walking the perimeter. And then Sigrid, you're just kind of all over, either hunting or going to the wall to assist with that. So
Yep.
Once you make your way out, you don't immediately see anybody, as this part of the village is more or less just being watched as opposed to used. You do hear a lot of commotion from like the sawmill itself, like the lumber mill, and when you look over there you can see a large carriage drawn by a horse, and you can see Sigrid is standing over there, seemingly like working that mill, kind of planing down some pieces of wood into planks.
I think he's gonna go. I don't know. I think he feels pretty out of body right now, and I think Voktash probably feels the most familiar to him. So I think he's gonna go looking for Voktash.
Okay.
So I think he's gonna start heading towards the farm.
Okay. Alright. As you start walking that way, Kane, if you want to, you're more than welcome to, just because you see him, but if not, you can just continue. But you're like sitting at the forge, you can see stepping out of his house, like kind of off in the distance to your left, holding the staff. Basically, you're not wearing like his normal like robe and stuff, but like the basic like pants that he would have, and like a undershirt that you've seen Steiner like rest in and calm down in at like camp at night or something. Like you see exiting Steiner's house. So this is something that you didn't actually pick up because you weren't here the last one. Steiner, when he had died, essentially, took on a different form. Essentially, his skin got very like pale and kind of gray. His hair changed color, but he was still wearing all the same clothes. It's just like his physical form had kind of shifted into something else. And this is like your first time actually being able to like look and kind of take it in for a moment, where you can see him exit the house, leaning on what you know to be Steiner's like staff, as he's like walking forward, seemingly walking down the path throughout the village, knowing where he's going. Like, it doesn't look like Steiner, but from what everybody's been saying and what happened that night, is believed to be Steiner in a way. So you see him basically like walking from his house to cross in front of the forge, like on the road, and head over toward the farm.
Just observe him.
What's that?
Just gonna observe him.
Okay.
It's time you can take him out. Weak. I know he was so strong before you.
Dead again.
Walking past, you see, and like you can hear like toon, toon, like the smith going as Kane's there working. Causes your eyes to kind of look over, and you can see him there. You look down, and you guys kind of like, you know, meet each other's gaze for a second as you're like looking at one another.
I think a similar thing to what happened with Voktash. Maybe not quite a grin, but some mannerism of this person's face you like recognize as Steiner, even if it doesn't look like him. Like some sort of motion he does with his face is like it draws up an image of Steiner in your head.
You get the fucking. Yeah, like only Steiner can do that.
And I think he just kind of looks back down and sort of keeps walking.
I definitely say it. I would agree with that. Like that he, like the way that Steiner is in your guys' mind is very like kind of Viking carefree in a way, where he's just kind of a very go with the flow, but like a fearless almost. And even in his current state of like limping with his staff almost, like his legs aren't damaged, but he's like in such a weak kind of state that like he's using the staff to assist him. So as he's like doing it, he just like kind of looks over to you and has this like just like slight kind of smirk or grin or look in your direction, like yeah, like I'm good, like we're all right. And it looks like a smirk or a kind of emotion or like gesture that Steiner would make in the state that he's currently in. So it causes you to just kind of like look and still questioning some things and confused for sure, but like whoever that is and whatever happened, like it still seems to be Steiner.
Yeah, just give him like a gentle like nod of like encouragement or acceptance or whatever, like an eyes closed nod, like
I saw him
a
slow down,
supportive.
and I'm still not sure it's Steiner. It's not. This dude's alien. Kill him. I think it's Ryan.
You start making your way over toward there, so you essentially like take this path down here before walking up in this direction or kind of like around these trees to here. I would probably be apt to say that these trees are also getting cleared out at
Oh,
some
we
point,
like those trees.
just to start making room for houses at some point and needing the lumber anyways, but for right now they're probably still here. So like you kind of have to walk out and around and through
That's what I
here
thought.
until you get to Votesh's house. The door is closed. You don't really hear much commotion inside, but you can like hear a lot of the animals in the back kind of moving around.
Okay.
And you see him like once you actually turn
Stop
the
and
corner.
cry.
He's got like these, he's got like a big kind of like woven basket that's like loaded with hay.
Is that you?
He had stuck in his sheep, my bad.
Oh.
This big basket kind of loaded with hay that he reaches into and is like pulling tufts of it out before throwing them like down into the actual pens where the stables where the horses and camels are being kept, kind of throwing them into there. So when you peer around the right, you can kind of see it. The farm spot here is basically kind of cleared out right now. He hasn't really had time to replant anything, but a lot of it's been taken. But you can see him kind of back here, just like throwing the feed and everything into the pens.
I'll just start walking up towards him.
Just gonna do it.
Hmm?
No,
Say what now?
no,
That's
nothing changed.
Dude.
Listen, I farted upstairs, dude. I swear. I swear I'll clear it out.
I don't believe you. Nothing changed. Go on. Get in your bed.
I wrote my character sheet. I'm Rolf.
No, get in your bed.
Fuck, dude, he's pissed.
Go.
Please, the floor's nice
Like,
and cool in
Dude,
here.
anyone gonna vouch for me? Anyone?
I found it, but I can
Jared?
only do so much.
Jared?
Dude, you shit your
Show
pants
him?
in here.
I got outvoted. I tried.
Come on, Jared will do it.
No.
This is so
Not-
fucked
not-
up, dude.
Not after I smelt what I smelt, dude.
That was bad.
I changed some things.
Rewired my brain.
Jerry frowned for like half a second and then realized like, oh yeah, he shit his pants. Never mind, we're good. This was kind of like very dejected, put his head down and turned away, and Jerry was like,
It was bad. I looked up at Jared. What do you do?
It's like, you were looking at me, I was like, yeah, he shit his pants. It's not, I didn't just random get a whiff.
all right. Once you turn around, like once Botesh like sees you there and kind of you're on the staff, like walking forward. I wouldn't say it's like a two-handed like move forward, but you're definitely using it to hold some weight and assist yourself in kind of walking forward.
Is everyone all right? Did they?
Yeah. Are you?
I'm alive.
Steiner?
Who else would I be?
I mean, have you seen anybody else yet?
Kane at the forge. Seems to be all right.
Have you seen yourself yet?
Glimpses. I don't know what happened.
He kind of sets the basket down.
Can't remember.
Come with me. He starts walking toward the river.
I'll follow him.
You find it a little harder, like once you're by the river bank where the rocks and everything are, to like get your footing beneath you. But once you get a little bit closer and are at the actual river bank, he just like kind of points at the river itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll just kind of kneel down and look, and
Who the fuck's that guy?
I think I'll just. I don't know what happened. I don't know why I'm like this. What? I can't. I remember the arrows and going down, and that's it. It all goes blank.
Well, I didn't see much either myself. I mean, Brodier was kind of the closest one to you when everything happened. Sigrid was kind of close too, but I don't know if anybody knows what happened. I don't think it was something I did, because by the time I got to you, you were already, well, like this. I don't.
I'm still me. I don't know what's happened, but I'm still me.
How do you feel right now?
Weak. Feel. I don't know. Like, you ever feel like you're watching your body from outside your body? It's kind of how I'm feeling.
Yeah. Sometimes when I don't eat, I feel like that.
Maybe that's it. Did everybody survive though?
Yeah.
I think he's just gonna kneel down and splash some water on his face. Good.
I think you should still probably rest for a little bit. Maybe go see everybody and let them know you're alright. And let them know that you're you.
Okay. You help me up.
He reaches his hand down. Helps you. Kind of take the staff on one side and help yourself up.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you've seen there's a lot of shit going on around here. I wasn't really there for the big meeting that they had at night, but just trying to make sure you didn't die on us.
Oh no.
I'm sorry I didn't have anything to give you medicine-wise. That's kind of your shtick, so I figured you would have stuff.
It's okay. I know you were there.
Yeah. Glad you're up and at it. If you need me, you know.
Thank you. I'll just start hobbling away. I think I'll probably go see Brodier, thinking he's probably close by on the farm, and I think he's the next person that I kind of remember being there right before I forgot everything that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see him actually change because I was trying to defend him.
Right.
But he was in the same exact spot
Mm-hmm.
where I watched him go down.
Yep.
So like, kind of like no, but still.
Would you say that you're on the farm or doing something else?
What time is it?
It's like the middle of the day.
He's on break.
Because it's probably like farm in the morning and then the wall later in the day.
So from where you are, you're kind of like out by the river, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can see standing over here with Brodier. He's not hard to miss.
It's been a week and we still got one little
That's
piece.
I'm not about to build this while you guys are sitting here. But you can see him standing here. He seems to be grabbing really large kind of like posts and assisting them up into a position where they can kind of start anchoring it, doing a lot of heavy lifting. But you do see him surrounded by a couple of other people as well. And at this point, like, Sigrid is probably on his way back with the carriage, like with all of the wood on it. So you do see Brodier though.
I'll walk up. Brody. Doing all right?
Do I know you?
Steiner. It's me. Steiner.
Oh, I forgot. You like
I don't know.
changed.
Yeah.
You don't know why?
Nope. Got it about as much idea as everybody else does.
It is you though, right?
It's me. Yeah, ask me anything Steiner would know.
What's that? I'm pointing at a random like mushroom on the ground.
It's a mushroom.
No, there's Steiner. All right, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. You feeling okay?
Feeling weak. Everybody else alright?
From what I've seen, yeah. Really busy though.
Thank you. Protecting me.
Always.
Well, I'll be, I need to rest for a few more days, but after that I'll come help work on this.
Yeah, that's as much as you need.
I'm gonna, I think, turn around and knowing that Sigurd's approaching, I think I'll walk towards him.
Yeah, you can see him leading the horse that's drawing a carriage full of wooden planks.
Sigrid.
Steiner?
Yeah, it's me. I'm different now, I guess. I don't know why, but I'm glad to see you up and moving and alright.
Yeah, you too. So, a little taken aback by your certain change in
Me too, it's understandable.
who are you?
I'm as me as I've ever been.
How's how are you feeling?
I don't know. Different, but the same. It's hard to say.
Pain?
Little bit in the chest, but doing okay on the mend.
You don't really look like in the shape to come out and work yet.
But I've been holed up. I wanted to see everyone.
This will probably put a pep in a lot of the people's step, seeing you up and walking around.
If they even recognize me. Alright, I'm gonna go have a lie down.
Alright.
I think I'll start wandering back towards my house.
Takes you a little bit of time. You're not traveling super quick.
I think I'd probably go the long way around. I think I'd probably walk along the edge of the village.
Okay. Alright, once you start kind of walking this way, a few of these trees have been cleared at this point. Let's say about that much.
Nice work. Just chopping.
A week and you only cut down fucking 20 trees?
One guy.
And you see Axe is kind of on the perimeter. There's a bunch of trees that are kind of falling down onto the ground. He seems to be taking like some rope onto some of them and like tying them and having it to where you can like pull them a little bit better. Walks over to another one and is just like hacking the hell out of it. Looks like he's enjoying himself, like doing like this work and kind of being busy. You can see him sweating pretty good. The weather kind of has taken like a good turn toward the warmer, and by that I mean you're probably still looking at like mid 70s at the highest,
Mhm.
and then kind of pretty cool at night, like 50s or so. But the sun's not really covered by much clouds. It's warm. You can feel the heat of the sun on you. You probably even take a moment every now and then, just kind of like stopping, breathing in the air around you, listening to the sounds. You can feel the sun kind of beating down on you. You see Axe, like I said, just feverishly kind of working, hacking away at the trees here.
I don't know if he'll notice, but I'll kind of give a wave and.
Yeah, he's just like hacking away. Just kind of puts up a hand. Hello, I don't. Oh, shit. It's right. Steiner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody from Kjarheim, all right? They make it through the battle, okay?
Yeah, we did. I'll tell you what, you were all very capable fighters for sure, in your own ways too. It's quite impressive. Even you, my friend.
You too.
I'm not sure exactly what it is going on with you, but
If I knew, I'd tell you.
I mean, I remember watching the.
Did you see it?
Yeah, it was pretty odd for sure.
What did it look like? I don't recall anything. It was just thud, and blank.
After the 3 thuds, I ran over to you to check and see how you were. At that point, when I first saw you, you weren't moving. I had looked up to, kind of like white hair, tattoos on the neck. One eye has a scar. I can't think of his name. Starts with a V.
Volkash?
Oh, yes. I looked to him as he was looking to me. It seemed like he was coming to your aid, and I just kind of told him, like, you were dead, my friend.
That's what I've been told.
And then when I had looked back down, there was this very faint purple glow almost, but it wasn't really a glow. It was more of like a starry-like sprinkle, like a shower of runic kind of spirit energy. I'm not a magic person by any means, but this brief mirage of purple energy had gone over your body in this weird wave, and I saw your face change, your hair whiten, your arms. It's almost like you were a completely different person.
Feel the same on the inside, but I don't know.
I mean, hell, man, from when I first had met you, you even sound different.
Really? Different how?
I'm not sure, it's just like your voice is not the same.
I think he's kind of taking stock of that for the first time, and it's like, okay, I really gotta go lay down.
You need help?
I'm
Or are you alright?
I'm okay. I'll get there. I think he's just gonna keep walking.
You kind of take a few steps away before you hear like another.
Couldn't even cut down the tree with one axe.
Alright, and kind of taking the long way around, you do see basically what Sigurd was saying, like everybody's busy, working pretty hard. It's not that nobody, cares, it's more or less just they're so caught up in what they're doing, and if you're not pulling their attention away from it, they're not really looking out elsewhere.
Yeah.
You definitely catch a couple of glances from people who are a little bit more vigilant than others, just from circumstances of what has kind of occurred over the last little bit of time here.
Yeah.
People that are kind of out keeping watch, nonetheless. But you do make your way back to your house.
I think because it's kind of close to my house, I think before that I would stop and just kind of knock on the door of the long hall.
Okay. Once you make your way up, you can see that the doors most of the time are kind of like slightly opened or fully open to like let wind in. So you kind of like knock as you're making your way in and enter. Once you step inside, you can see Katala is there. You don't see Ragnvald or Zalfjorn. She's just kind of in there.
Oh, alright.
You make your way in though, and she kind of looks.
Is the Jarl around?
He certainly is.
Steiner?
Oh, that's right. Come, sit. You look tired.
I feel tired.
Are you hungry?
Yeah. I could eat.
Alright. At that point, you
Will
see.
follow me in.
She
My
just
head
kind of
anime
like
turned
walks
around.
over, gets basically like a stew, probably from last night, that she sets over the fire for a little bit. When it warms up to your liking, eat it. I'll get the Jarl. I'm sure he wants to see you.
Thank you.
She kind of trails off. At some point, while you're sitting there waiting, kind of leaning on the table a little bit, you find yourself like leaning in certain ways, like the tension it puts on the muscles in your chest, or even like trying to stretch. You can feel like all of that pain inside of there. It almost makes you more tired in a way, like you just want to lay down. Looking around and just kind of like sitting here for the time being. Eventually the stew kind of in the middle begins to bubble a little bit as it's warmed. You kind of reach over and grab the top part of it, and like you can feel the strain in the muscle as you're doing it. It causes you to like grab it with two hands and like pull it off and set it down, and then just kind of like take a spoon and very small, like couple little bites maybe before you set it down, and start to feel a little dizzy almost just from the strain of constantly like walking the distance of the village essentially, and getting back, like you might have overdone it a little bit, and then doing that and kind of sitting here. Eventually, stepping out is the Jarl.
I'm gonna try and stand up and
He puts his hand.
Jarl Ragnavold.
Steiner?
Yeah. I don't know what's happened to me, all, but I'm still me, and I'd still fight and die for anyone in this village. I don't know why I'm like this, but I figured I should come see you.
Well, I'm glad that you did. And I believe you, Steiner.
And if I learn anything or figure anything out, I'll come tell you. I just trying to make sense of it all.
That's good. Please do. I don't want to be kept in the dark with any of your hardships or anything going on with any of you.
Of course.
Experienced that enough already.
Everybody made it through then?
You did. And I heard that you fought bravely.
Even Ralph.
All of you did.
Did what I could.
Fart bravely.
He kind of gets over a little closer to where he puts his hand kind of up onto your shoulder. Don't be so hard on yourself, Sander.
It's hard to know that everyone has been hard at work and I'm just holed up in bed.
Best thing you can do for all of us now is get better. And once you do, we'll have some catching up to do.
Alright, well, if you need anything from me, just ask.
Certainly.
Alright, I'm gonna go lie down.
He like puts his hand kind of in front of you.
I'll take it, but I'm gonna try and muscle most of my weight up. And alright. Thank you, Joel.
All right. Spirits be with you, Steiner.
You too. Did he lay down right there?
Yeah, right in the door.
He's like, I'm not in
Alright, now I'll head back to my house.
Okay. All right. You head back there to your house. You take a quick 5-minute break and come back.
Whoa, we're gonna put on the intermission music?
I feel very intermished.
Yeah, feel fully intermission. D&D We weren't talking about anything. About anything.
Nothing else was going on. Alright, so, you guys all find rest. Some of you up watching. Sigrid, you've been pretty consistently, like, every night, been watching. Basically, like, late hours of the night into the early, or probably, like, I'd say, like, around 9 o'clock till maybe pushing, like, 3 a.m., and then you go and sleep for a little bit, you're back up early, and then it's just kind of like in this cycle. All of which has gone without any sort of problems, trouble, anything of the sort. Until one night, as you're kind of sitting there, you're on the western side, and you're more or less, you're not just like standing in one spot, right? Like just like staring out, like kind of moving around, maybe like into the trees a little bit, listening for stuff, moving back toward the village, looking around, looking toward the northern part as well as like the southern part. Before eventually, like when you're standing on that western part, you look kind of over toward the east, essentially, to where
The waste.
like I said, you're kind of like navigating in throughout here and everything. I'd say you're probably standing hereabouts, right? And looking around, kind of thinking, before you can see kind of like flame light, like torchlight over in this area over here. It instantly catches your attention because it's further out, and all of you that are like taking watch, you're not like holding torches like, hey, here I am, like watching the perimeter. But you can see torchlight like in that direction, and then you see one torch, 2, 3, 4, or 5 more like start to make their way in, just like kind of walking in. Instantly, just so you like have more context of everything too, you do know that Gimdal and Seafram both had left in order to go to Gatland in the north. So you're kind of leaning more or less toward it being them, but you start to see more than 2 torches lit. You see like 4 or 5, 8 even, and they start to like kind of pour in. There's no commotion, no yelling, nothing. You know that somebody should be on that northern part, like kind of watching, and you're assuming somebody is, but nothing seems to be like being addressed by the individuals like that just kind of started walking in. You don't see any sort of like large pause in them walking in, and it's very quick before you start to like lose sight of it. You can kind of see weaving in between the farmhouses and like wherever, like in the distance where that light's still coming from. They don't seem to be like rushing or charging by any means, but they are kind of walking on the outside of the animal farm before they start to walk. Basically, where you would meet them, like standing here, you would kind of walk back over in front of your house and see them walking from this direction toward you. You see probably 20 or so people that are walking in that direction, and you can see from where on that northern side.
I'm not gonna stand out in the open.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're friendly or not yet. I'm gonna be like kind of hunkered down on like the side of the farmhouse right there.
Okay.
You got like a sniper's nest in your house that you
I do
What
have
time is it?
Upstairs.
It's probably like 1 a.m. at this point.
couldn't tell before because it was light out.
Yeah, I had to wait till the lights went out. Then
As you're sitting there, again, the torch lights and everything, it's hard to discern exactly who or what, but getting a little bit closer once they reach, they're obviously walking toward the long haul, and they're walking in such a way that they know what they're doing, and you very quickly see in the front elven man, about 6 foot or so, blonde, shaved on the sides of his head with this kind of long braided ponytail reaching the middle of his back, and a goatee. You can see the various weapons that he has, a couple of axes, a long sword. It appears to be Gimdal. You recognize him pretty quickly as he starts like walking up. Once you see that, he pours into there. It doesn't really take too long before, like, once he's in there and they've been like walking through the village that a lot of people have kind of noticed from the heavy footfalls of 20 or so people or more. Brodier, for you two, having trouble sleeping, like looking out that window that would look down, you would see all of them kind of walking through. A lot of them you don't recognize, and you kind of quickly scan it, kind of like pop up, like looking really quickly before you see Gimdall kind of walking in that way. Kane, probably around this time too, you probably would have been getting ready, like outside of here, like to walk the perimeter a little bit, make sure everything was all good before you could see them kind of walking through this little break in here where you would have caught a visual of them walking through and into the long hall. Definitely catches your attention, like a curiosity kind of thing.
Just confused why there's so many of them.
Peek my head out the window like a dog looking at an animal go by.
Yeah. Yeah, just like snap.
Since I was gonna get ready to go do stuff anyway, I'm still putting my armor on and everything.
Yeah.
I was gonna go patrol.
Okay. Alright. Is there anybody that would want to go to the long hall where they just were?
Since I kind of watched them walk to it, I'll go to it.
Okay.
Not for long, because I gotta get back to
Do
watching.
you think I would have heard the commotion?
You definitely are not sleeping well, so if you wanted to like go over to the long hall, because you'd probably catch a little part of it. You would just hear a lot of commotion stepping into there. Your proximity to the long hall, you're used to it, but there was a lot of like footfalls, doors opening, closing. Looking outside too, you can see a lot of random like torchlight from the front part of the long hall that starts to like disappear. So yeah, if you wanted to go to the long hall is like an area that anybody basically at any time can just kind of walk into, and then thorough like main entry point.
Did I message you saying that I wanted to make something that would like chain me to the wall?
The cage thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that was.
And the sex swing too.
that one was denied because when I asked Kane the one session to do it, and it wasn't anything crazy because you already had the cage, so it was just kind of like already put together to where you could just be in a cage.
You could just build a swing too.
That was just a random thing that popped in my head. I will go to the long hall.
Okay.
I'm not rushing there, but get my gear on and sword in the sheath and throw my shield over my back and walk like around the hall, go to where I'm going, but just try to listen.
Okay.
I think I'll head in and, I don't know, try to keep to the back, maybe a little bit unnoticed, and then maybe spot one of these guys and head over to them.
Okay. Perfect. The first one in there would have been Sigrid, and then probably Brodier, followed by Steiner, and then Kane. But initially, when you first follow them in, Sigrid, there's a lot of people.
I don't know.
Yeah. You even like. There's a lot of them standing like in the entryway too, like right here, like this door to get in, to where like maybe 10 or so have made their way in and started to kind of like spread out but stay close, but they've kind of like funneled into the doorway, and like some of them are peeking in, like you're behind them at this point to where you can hear like talking inside, but you can't make anything out because you can't like get in right here. So if you wanted to either just stay where you are, or whatever you wanted to do, move around, push through them, whatever.
I'll go around to the front.
Do they look like Vikings?
When you get out of the farmhouse, you can see Sigurd walking to the front and like makes his way in. At which point too, you can see Kane like kind of on the perimeter, still walking around. Kaimane is also out there, or actually, sorry, one of their like siblings, but you've seen them around. But to answer your question, them looking like Vikings, they do. They look a lot like Vikings.
I was going there and kill everyone, but
The
no.
one thing that I will say about them is that they have a lot of like bags. Like they have like satchels, backpacks, like kind of like
Yeah, we're
haversacks
at
on their
max
sides,
capacity.
satchels. They have a ton of bags and such that they're carrying, kind of big, bulky bags as well.
One central Viking village.
Once you make your way over, you see Sigrid walk into that front part. Steiner, at that point, you probably would walk in the opposite side, maybe a couple minutes after, and see them, and then slowly kind of walk your way over to where you guys are basically at the end of the long hall, like in the main entrance instead of one of the side entrances. And you can see standing up toward the front, as these people are kind of gathering in, you see Gimdall. He is dirty from travel. You can see stains upon his clothes. He looks a little bit like beaten up, but it doesn't appear to be like huge cuts and gashes, and like he just kind of seems like he's been through it in a way. Like he doesn't seem hurt or really badly damaged by any means, but you can see his long kind of blonde braided ponytail is over his shoulder. It's a little bit frizzy and messy. You can see that he's got more of like a 5 o'clock shadow in a way on the sides of his face. Seafram walks in beside him, kind of in the same disheveled state, and then behind them are several Viking-appearing people, humans, elves, dwarves, a few halflings, gnomes. Roughly 15 to 20 people, maybe even a little bit more, begin to fill in the hall behind them as they're there, and you guys are kind of in that back part. At that point, when they start to fill in a little bit more, you actually can walk in this side door. You probably catch about halfway through of what Gimdall begins to say. Gimdall and Seafram actually walk up to the Jarl, the throne itself. The commotion from all of the walking causes him to like actually step out. You can see him basically shirtless, just like some sort of like thin material of like pants that he's wearing. You see his actual like very large physique. The Jarl himself, he kind of has like just no neck essentially, like it's just like Brock Lesnar style trap muscles. Like he's very, very muscular, large individual, very strong. Walks out, you can see him like grabbing at his face, rubbing at his eye a little bit, looking out. You see him kind of like sober up a little bit to where like he's like wake up essentially, where he's kind of coming to, and then sees all of these people that are just like flooded in the hall late at night, kind of unexpected. Gimdall walks up and like slams his hand to his chest and gives like a little bit of a bow. Seafram kind of doing the same. Lord Ragnvold, I went to Gatland as you requested. Spoke with Jarl Gondor. His response to your quest for aid was denied. He said that he will not put his trust in you any longer. He does not believe that you see him as an equal. Well, maybe I don't. And he sits kind of on the throne and is sitting there. He kind of looks as he's pointing out, but Gimdall begins to speak more. I fear that is not all. When Seafram and I were returning, we could see flames coming from the forest. We went to investigate, and the closer we got, we heard the yells and screams of these nomads and their people. They were fighting for their lives when we showed up. I'm sure of it, Jarl, Lord, that the spirits had led us to them. I know it to be true, so we helped fend off their attackers. He looks over to Seafram, who you can now see holding a bag that he reaches into and holds up the head of one of those kind of wolfman berserkers inside of it. One of these wolfmen were there, eating children on the battlefield while the others were mercilessly killing with no honor. Without help, these nomads were saved.
Quit sneezing.
Go ahead, traveler. He kind of points his hand back, and you can see at this point an older aged kind of elven man, graying hairs, wispy, shoulder length. He's hunched over and walks with a cane. He has on a gray short sleeve, an animal pelt kind of over his shoulders. He's dirty and bloody as well. You can see that his arms have runic tattoos basically all up them, many of them representing the eagle, Yigden. You can also see as on like the side of his neck, like both sides kind of going up are like these wings essentially, and then in the front it's just like the runic symbol for Yigden. You can see this just eagle essentially that's like starts like right at the mid collarbone, and then the wings These actually go up the neck, kind of toward the back. I am Corin. We are a nomadic people. We follow the spirit well. I have heard word travel of these men. These monsters that pillage and have invaded our lives. We are peaceful. We live off what the spirits have given us. I do not know who they are. I have only heard whispers of what they call themselves. The Healthguard. Whispers across Midgard have spread of their zealous beliefs in Dekor. All they seek is death and their bloodlust and their mission. It's by the spirits that your warriors, strong and brave they are, saved our lives, and for that we are eternally grateful. For that death would have been a cruel one, certainly. He kind of points back at everyone. We are a capable folk. We will assist however we can. I have some Vikings among me who know where other nomads may be roaming. Common places they seek out. With your permission, Lord, I will send word for them to come here. Seek refuge until these ravenous invaders have been dealt with. To pledge allegiance to you, if necessary, Jarl. I have heard tales of you before. I have been alive a long time, and have heard tales of your conquest here, even, in Skalavik. How you came to rule. The previous lord, being weak. At that point, Ragavald kind of puts his hand up as to stop Corin from speaking much more. You are all free to do as you wish, but if you choose to stay here in Skalavik, you'll be protected from this so-called Healthguard. We too encountered the raiding party, Gimdal. They attacked us, burned our buildings, and nearly killed Steiner.
That's what I'm saying.
There is an evil across Midgard. One that may have been sent by Daykul to test our resolve and our faith. These zealots have misinterpreted the ways of Daykul, and we will be sure to correct them with equal force. Our faith in the spirits will make sure that we are successful in wiping these men out. It's more important now than it ever was to protect our home and our way of life. These invaders seek to destroy all of that through blood, shed, and savagery. We will not let them. All of you are more than welcome to take refuge where you see fit. Tents, whatever it is you want. We don't have much room elsewhere. Some of the storehouses, sadly, were burnt. But I do think there are a couple if need be. Weather be calm, we sleep amongst the stars. Tomorrow, though, we work more diligently than we have before. Corin, if you would, you can send word to more of these nomads. But we will not just let anyone in. Only Vikings who understand our ways. Vikings who will work. Vikings who will fight and die for the people here in Skalavik. Do you understand? Yes, Lord, I do. Very good. At that point, a little bit of silence befalls inside of the hall, and Corin, along with a lot of the other nomads, begin to exit. You're very familiar with these nomadic kind of Vikings. They roam basically all over the place, and you're assuming are much of the reason why word of you guys kind of spreads and has at some time or another, just because of their ways. They're still pretty formidable people. They're tough. They live off of the land more than anything. They don't really seem to domesticate much animals or anything. They more or less will use them for food before they do anything else, horses included.
Do they ever stop in any of the villages to like trade and like camp?
It's very seldom they do that. It's more or less people running into them where they'll do trade, but they don't really seek out villages to trade because, like I said, they really try to live off the land more than anything.
On hard mode.
One death.
Once they clear out, though,
we were picking our character.
once they fully kind of clear out, and you guys are kind of all that remain, as well as Gimdall and Seafrom and Zalfjorn. Let me double check how this is because
About to slapbox Alfie. Try to kill my mans.
Tell me you gotta give him like a 2-piece at least.
He can run that. I'm in fighting sharks.
He might have a chance right now. You're just making it fair for him.
Yeah, this is the only chance
so
I'll
this
get, so.
the long haul here doesn't really represent it, but the long haul itself has like a loft in the top part of it that has like 6 or so different rooms. The Jarl obviously sleeps on the bottom floor at that back, kind of behind some tapestries that normally there's doors there, but he usually just puts like fur tapestries up and blocks it that way. But the rooms at the top are for like Gimdall, Seafron, Zalfjorn's up there, and then there's like 3 extras that are just kind of empty. But in saying that, Zalfjorn is also here. He's just kind of like leaning over the rail at the top, kind of like looking down. Gimdall and Seafrom are in here, as well as the 4 of you now at this point. Well, it seems that these things just keep happening more and more as the days go on. It puts a lot into perspective for us as a people. It's more important now that we are vigilant and work even harder to prepare ourselves for what is to come. I fear that if we wait any longer, we may be facing another attack of a much higher magnitude than before. If these forces are so large that they are randomly attacking nomadic peoples, then we must prepare. Everyone here, when you see people, spread word. These nomads are to be welcomed and taken care of. They are also to work. If you see them slacking off or not doing anything, be sure to remind them of how they are welcomed here.
New kid around here. New guy. Give me your lunch, Muffy. Freshman. You look like you're barely standing up, dude. Bend it over.
As you were, I will be getting some rest now. The 4 of you are still in the long haul unless one of you wanted to leave, but you are there.
You guys can't sleep either.
It's been kind of rough lately.
Hear that?
I was on watch.
See anything?
20 people just walking by.
You just let him walk into the village?
They didn't seem dangerous.
That's the guy who got one watch.
Isn't it your boss, man? You just let 20 people walk into the village?
That's what he felt was right.
Fair enough.
This is your first time too seeing, like, up close, like, talking to him.
Hey. Still starting up. I'm just different now, I guess.
I think you need to take a visit to the seer.
I was thinking the same thing to myself earlier.
Is your voice also different?
Voktesh did say that, or no, it was X who said it. My voice is different. I didn't notice that at first either.
I didn't either, but I was like,
It is different.
yeah.
I still.
I would say that surprised me a little bit more, but at this point I've seen so many people turn into different things.
Wait till I turn into a otter, motherfucker. Because I'm ready for
You're right. It's really not that surprising.
What are you gonna do? Pick up rocks and put them in your pouch?
floating in the water.
Pull out.
Did you get like attacked by anything that or hurt on that adventure?
Like a weird
the
gray
raid?
guy or something? I didn't think so.
Did you get like cursed when that thing left that tomb?
Again, I don't think so. I feel like me. I just am different. I don't know how else to explain it. I still, I don't know. I feel like the way I used to look is still inside me somewhere, but I can't really make sense of anything right now.
Neither can
That's a good idea. I think I'll, when I wake up, go see the seer.
Yeah, that guy's pretty good.
Yeah? He help you out?
Because he didn't really help me, but he told me what was going to happen.
And did that help?
A little bit.
So he helped you.
Okay.
Gosh, yeah, I
Just
guess he did help me.
Alright, well. This has been eventful. I'm gonna get some rest. I'll head out of the long hall and back over to my house.
Everybody else?
carry on with my day as normal.
I head back to the watch.
Go for it.
I'll try to go home and sleep.
You can't do that.
At your house?
Or farmhouse. I don't have a house. I barely got a room.
No home.
Apparently. Tiniest room.
Biggest
like-
guy, smallest
There's
room.
like 3 people in there.
There's bigger rooms too, they just won't let me use them.
They're completely vacant as well. They even have bigger beds, but you still get the one tiny one.
So we're
Look, this room you had since you were a kid.
cutting down all those trees to make a maximum security prison for you.
Just think of Rorschach from Watchmen.
I'm not locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me.
I'm locked in here with me.
That's such a
Such a
cold
good
moment.
line.
I watch that at least like once a year, I think.
Yeah, same. Alright, so, you guys continue with your normal routine that you're kind of on right now. The wall is progressing decently enough, and you realize how much more it begins to progress in the next few days here with the extra hands that you have. Nobody seems to really be like slacking by any means. You can definitely tell people are tired though. There's a lot of work to be done, and it kind of gets to a point where it's more or less motivation than it is like this kind of forceful drive toward anybody. But you can see people kind of sweating, thirsty, tired. People just handing them water and kind of helping them to their feet to keep moving and pushing forward. The wall itself has definitely extended quite a bit, and that will reflect in the next time we play. Like I'll have it built and done and show you guys. You guys
Build it right now.
continue to keep at all of these things and attempt to do so. For you, Steiner, if you wanted to see the seer the next day, you're more than welcome to.
I do want to do that.
Okay. Alright.
I'll probably also go see this year later in the day.
Okay.
Same time?
Same time.
Just wait in line.
You can't see
You
the
can
seer.
go first. You go
You've
first.
used all your
I checked
seer
in online.
talks.
I already have a ticket. You can go.
He just walks out the door like a deli, like at the deli counter.
27.
I'm 27.
Right here.
Mine says 26. They're skipping me.
Half pound of ham, please. And just sliced.
It's the Beetlejuice ticker. He's gotta unroll it. It's like 1,030,000. Now serving 50.
Okay. Buy that.
You're here for all eternity.
We're back.
Whoa.
Just like that.
don't get wet.
What if you walk up and he calls you by a different name?
That'd be nuts.
Fred.
Dude, my name's Fred.
It's about time,
Thanks,
Fred.
Fred.
Fucking hell.
Fucking hell. I got a real bender the other day.
They call me fucked up
They
Fred.
call me fucked up, Fred. Yeah, unless we're sure really make you think that that's how you've always lived.
That would have been great.
I gaslight.
Fuck 'em
You've always
up.
looked like this.
That would have been interesting.
Okay. Feel a little bit better, but you're still, I wouldn't say like relying on the staff, but you're more or less using it to assist you in your movement.
Yeah, I think more so he's just leaning on it a bit because it kind of takes some of the pressure off of the muscles in his chest.
All right.
About to kill him.
If I just hold a skull
when you
and a
begin
dagger.
to
I
approach,
know.
it's not a long walk for you. It's very close. So the next day, I'd say about midday, because you are finding yourself sleeping probably till then. You're still not really feeling up to like doing a lot of labor, although you want to be, and
Yeah.
like doing a lot more. And you may find yourself trying to at times, but something today, and especially after Kane kind of recommending it, you decide to go see the seer. You find yourself out front, kind of the steps leading up, the natural and wooden kind of stone steps leading up to the hut itself. You can see out to the left of it as well, the kind of shrine that typically has the offerings placed upon it prior to entering.
I think I probably would leave probably something that I would have made probably a like a full jar of like healing salve. I think I would set on that offering place as I approach.
You make your way up to the door. The door itself is closed. Knock a couple of times. Kind of wait and listen for a moment. You can hear shuffling and steps on the inside.
I'm on vacation. Ow.
I'm slow. Give me.
Eventually, the door, you can kind of feel it open up. Standing in the doorway, the door kind of pushes out, like opening toward you.
See you?
Fred.
Come on in.
Your time has come,
Alright.
Fred. Where's
He kind of shuffles off toward the back. The cauldron itself, he probably doesn't like actually tell you to come in. He more or less like opens the door and then just turns around and walks inside, and you kind of follow behind.
Yeah.
The cauldron in the middle is not like this glowing color right now. It's just kind of like a dull, normal looking, probably like just water liquid. You do see that branch, however, kind of curled and gnarled, like going toward the middle of it.
Yeah.
Parts of it even still like kind of extending around the sides of the cauldron, like into the floorboards.
Yeah.
Random stuff just smattered throughout the house itself. It's kind of cluttered, even though this looks clean in a way. There's a space over to the side, like where the bed is.
Mhm.
It's basically just like this mound of like dirt and hides and like furs that have been compacted to make this sort of like bed. He walks over to the table that's in the corner, where you can see on top of it is like a fish that he just like sitting there and he just like chops the head, puts the head and like sets it down onto the table, starts to like slowly cut into the fish itself. Why are you here?
Well, if it isn't obvious, I'm different now, I guess, and I'm just looking for answers, trying to figure out why. Well, I guess I'm actually here for two reasons. There's that, and I think Svala might be, I don't want to say she's following in your footsteps, but she said something to me before the attack that made me think that she predicted it in some way. She told me of Vexir darting through the mountains, across the river, running from the wolf, the dragon's fire burning hot, and the bear meeting the wolf in combat, fighting for Midgard. And it feels like that pretty closely mirrors what happened.
His back still to you as he's like cutting into the fish. Your sister has always been one with the spirits. Those of us that are shown things that those of us are not. She has a gift for sure. Would I say it is like my gift? I'm not sure.
Alright,
Somebody will at some point, though, precede me in my own bones. It may very well be Svala.
ah, come on, you're not that old.
Older than you think.
Probably. Okay, so wow. Am I just like this forever now?
You have always been like this.
No, it was a couple days ago. See, you've seen me before.
I am well aware of who you are, Steiner. You are also not Steiner.
Your friend.
There are things revolved around you that I have always been peculiar about. Things that I do not even know.
Is there a way I can learn more?
No. Whatever it is that ails you or is afflicting you at this time, something that my knowledge in magic does not extend into.
Well, you know how I might head in the right direction? Self-reflection? Maybe, I don't know, somebody else who has gone through something like this?
Sounds to me like you're answering the questions you seek, Steiner.
Yeah, I guess I am. Is there anything you can tell me that I can't answer myself?
I'm sure there are things that I could.
Okay.
However,
Want the time?
I've known you since you were a boy.
Yeah.
I can see beyond what normal people will see.
Right.
And I can assure you that whatever it is has been with you for a long time. And as you spoke before of Svala, if I've seen it, so has she.
Shit.
if you wish, there are things that my abilities are capable of doing. If you are not happy with your appearance now, and wish to be once more your normal Steiner self, we can try.
Well, I think
I will say that it will be painful.
I think I'll sit with it for a few
That's
days.
surgery.
I think I'll think on it for a while. See if I can figure anything out myself. Thank you, Sia. This has been helpful.
You know where to find me.
Yeah, you live right behind. You gonna eat that fish head?
No.
Wasting the eyeballs, it's the good part. I'm gonna make a fish stew.
He just grasps the head and like puts his hand back towards you, holding the fish head.
Alright, I'm gonna go.
Make that fish stew.
Alright, and you make your way out.
Yeah, I think I'll return to my house, and I think I'll spend a good bit of time just meditating on kind of all the information I'm taking in, thinking a lot about what the seer said, thinking about what Axe said about him witnessing the event, trying to think on that sort of mystical energy or whatever, and trying to make sense of it all.
It is definitely something that you're finding yourself sitting with every single day and almost every moment that you're not distracted by something, to where you're really just like downright confused, and there's no really better way to put it. Like you don't feel different, but you are different, and it's hard for you to navigate it right now to where you can figure it out and fully like understand what it is that has happened. And you feel like even without having like all of the answers, there's still going to be gaps of like confusion where everything's just not fully pieced together, where even if you feel like you knew why it happened or how, you would need to know even more beyond that to be fully satisfied with like the answers that you were receiving, to feel comfortable in what it is that is actually like going on with you. So you're kind of in this weird spot where you know that like even if you're going to be seeking out these answers, it's probably just going to lead to a lot more questions, and it's a long road for you, and you can feel that like the more that you sit on it and think about it, that it is a long road of questions and answers that hopefully has an end to it at some point, but it does not seem to be in any sort of foreseeable like close future for you.
Now you get to go to the seer.
Yay!
Who's before?
Fuck.
Yeah,
You called in, didn't you?
Sign in through the app.
need to get the app. Yeah, it's way faster.
So dear, you find
That's what
yourself
we say, dude.
throughout the day.
I've been waiting weeks for this fucking appointment.
I actually canceled your appointment. Fuck, I'm on my roof.
Find yourself throughout the day,
Seeing Seer Plus.
kind of constantly.
It's a subscription model, I think.
You get X amount of appointments per month.
And you can overwrite other people's time.
It's like it's like Fast Pass.
Easy.
Sorry, actually, I have a Seer Plus appointment. We're gonna move you back to 3:30.
Not really. talk to someone, man. It's not good.
Didn't you wait like a half hour? You've already waited this long. Maybe it's just always nighttime in this here stuff. It is.
He's got blackout curtains.
Oh, shit. Is there any windows on that place? I don't think there are.
Brodir, you begin
Super
to
black.
approach the Seer's hut. Walking up toward it, you can do what you wish.
Give this guy.
I should have brought him lotion instead of healing salve.
I put down the lotion. You know, like, give him my blood or something. Can I do that? Is that what I did last time? I'll cut my hand right now.
Do it.
No fear. Well,
Don't you use a maul? How do you... Got like a knife?
turn my hand into a bear claw.
Fuck, that's sick.
Pop
Pop off one of your claws.
do I not? I swear I have shit, but I
Give him something.
feel like I should write this shit
Dude,
down.
you got
I'm
treasure
just
and
gonna.
stuff.
Can I cut my hand and fucking bleed into his fucking weird thing? This guy's weird. I know he's like jerking off of my blood or something.
What, dude?
This dude's
So I gotta give him something.
Bleed into what?
the
A
offering
shrine?
thing.
You know what? I brought him some hay. Some food. Sorry, actual food, not hay. He's not eating hay. He's not a horse. He's gonna be crazy to eat hay.
He makes like a
Does
horse.
he eat hay? Is he a horse? Should I bring him hay?
What are you putting on the offering? And
Legally, you have to tell me if you're a horse, dude.
I'll bring him a bag of wheat. Wheat. It's whipped cream. Whip. Not just whipped cream, dude.
all right.
That's pretty sick.
Door open? I don't remember how this
You're
works.
putting the wheat at the shrine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The door is closed.
Kick it down.
You got any windows?
What's going on in there?
Nobody's jorking in, dude.
You trying to check first?
Yeah.
Let him scramble to the door with some dignity. Don't look in the window. Picture me in that robes here.
Shuffling from the inside before the door pushes out, opening towards you.
Where's the zipper? He's only wearing robes.
How am I supposed to jerk off with some hay?
Well,
Hello? Here?
after he opens the door and is kind of standing there, does the same thing, just kind of turns around, walks over to the cauldron where he's dropping a couple of things into it. It's still just basically some sort of watery liquid at this point, not glowing or anything.
Watery liquid.
It calls you by a different name.
Fred! Ted and Fred.
Dad, I seen Fred earlier.
Your brother. What? What the fuck?
We do have gray skin, it all makes sense. I'll go in, sorry. Sorry, the fucking
Brothers. I didn't even know that.
What's he doing right now?
Not something I want to say on the stream.
Oh no. What is he doing?
Just go ahead.
Putting things into the cauldron.
The bear recently has been winning, okay? But the wolf, like, it's always there. Is it? I just wanted to No, is that like gonna be forever?
I feel like it's a question.
Vikings ourselves struggle all the time between the bear and the wolf. Your battle is a little bit more literal. There may be a time where you have fully mastered it, understanding its roots and what it comes from. However, I'm not sure that the wolf will forever be gone. It will always be there, scratching at the surface.
I kind of figured that. Thought maybe it wasn't that way.
I think that you're asking the wrong questions, Brodia.
There's other questions I could be asking?
If you don't know what those questions are, then I fear that it is not the time for you to know the answers to them.
I just don't want to fuck up again.
Well, then don't fuck up.
It's pretty sound nice. Straightforward.
You could come here to this hut every time you have problems and divulge them to me, and I can give you answers. But that does you no good. You are a powerful Viking, a powerful being, even. You've been given gifts by Uldric. Many people could dream of. Prove that you're worthy of them. This thing, this gift that you have been given, it is a gift that has stretched for lengths and lengths of time. Where it truly comes from. When you learn that, you will understand so much more. Understand this, Brodia. Fear may have been cursed by the spirits. You have been blessed. You are being tested to see if you are worthy of such a blessing. Remember that.
I'll leave.
All right. With that, we will pick it up from there next time.
Exciting
Continuing with the reinforcements and such. All right.
Maybe we'll build a wall.
Making the wolf guys pay for it.
Great wall.
And then after we build the wall, we'll take